And an action on stipulated student discipline agreement 5.04. If we could have a motion on that, please.
I'd like to make a motion on item 5.04.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Unger, a second by Mr. Banfield. Ms. Delver-Drew. Yes. Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
Mrs. Roger.
Yes.
Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
All right, and I am a yes as well. Thank you. Next, we have our student representatives to the board. Welcome. Okay.
Oh, yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all again. SLO High has been very busy the past couple of weeks with AP tests and prom. So I'll just get started with that. Prom was a great time. The dance was phenomenal, but we made a week out of it. We did a spirit week, as we always do with the SLO High events. Monday, it was the Vegas theme still for the night in Vegas prom. So Monday, we did Mandalay Bay Monday, where we wore beach clothes. Tuesday, we did Planet Hollywood Tuesday, where we dressed as our favorite movie characters. Wednesday was Hard Rock Wednesday, where we wore our favorite band shirts. Thursday was I'm forgetting the New York Thursday, where we wore business attire, and Friday was Gold Nugget Friday for black and gold. We do kind of lose the rhyme later in the week. We try to start it off Mandalay Bay, but you know, it's for the kids, so we have a good time. So yeah, the Spirit Week was amazing, and the dance was even better. We had, you know, great decorations, you know, great events. We had Mr. Fintel, our pre-calculus teacher, manning a poker table, and the DJ was great. Definitely a night to remember. And the Fremont is just such a great venue, so I assume we're gonna, you know, do it year after year. Glad, you know, it was a great prom. We're really proud of it. And we also have another prom at SLO High coming up this week. The Pride Prom is on Saturday. What the Pride Prom is, it's thrown by the GSA. It's to celebrate LGBTQ+, but it's for any students that want to attend. It'll be at the big gym at 7, going to 10, and students from all over the county are invited. So that should also be a really fun event. We also, for Teacher Appreciation Week last week, we had a ASB student staff banquet. And basically what that was is students from the ASB were all able to invite a teacher to attend a banquet, which was a potluck. So, you know, students and teachers all got together. We dined. Everyone stood up and said what they appreciated about their teacher. It was a bit weird at first, though, because all the teachers were calling each other by their first names, which is a huge learning curve for us. But once we got past that, it was a really great time. So glad we were able to do that banquet for teacher appreciation, because, you know, they deserve all the credit in the world. So it was a really great night. Sense and Sensibility, which is our student-directed play, the only one we've had this year, is on Friday and Saturday at 7. It's directed by Charlie Beck, who spoke to you all last week, or 2 weeks ago. And it's going to, you know, by the classic book, Jane Austen. It's just going to be a great event. You know, performing arts haven't missed so far this year, so I'm sure Sense and Sensibility would be great. And then in terms of athletics, our athletics are on a roll right now. Spring has been very kind to the Tigers. We took home 4 CIF championships amongst our sports. So boys tennis, boys volleyball, stunt, and girls and boys track, all won CIF. And boys volleyball are actually down in the small gym right now, playing their first state playoff game. So we'll silently root those guys on. Good luck, boys volleyball. And then yesterday was signing day for SLO High. So for tutorial in the theater, we had all of the student athletes that are, you know, going to their respective colleges sign, wear their gear, and just kind of celebrate how far they've come in their future. So yeah, it's pretty much all that's been going on at SLO High, and thank you all.
All right. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you for the second time this year. I'm here on behalf of Michaela and Alana, the 2 ASB presidents at Morro Bay. I'm officially going to be ASB president next year, so I'll see you all next year. Oh, I'm Colton Franklin. Sorry. Just kind of got thrown into this again, so I'm just going to read off my little notes here on my phone. Last week, we had our Mental Health Awareness Week just to celebrate mental health. On Monday, students decorated rocks with kind and encouraging messages to put in our planters around campus, just to, you know, spice it up a bit, you know, encourage students going into finals week towards the end of the year. And then we also had a puppy day on campus where a bunch of students in psych and sociology got to bring their dogs to school just to, you know, encourage mental health, give you a bright outlook on the day. You know, you walk out to lunch, walk out to the parking lot, and you see a bunch of dogs. What else are you going to think just to reset? And then also we had our film festival last Monday, which was absolutely amazing, hosted in the Bay Theater in downtown Morro Bay. Many of you probably all know. There are categories like drama, animation, and foreign language, and all the films featured in the film festival were made by students at the high school. So super awesome to get an insight on what we've been working on, all the art. There was actually a lot of deeper films, kind of a lot more thought-provoking than many of you may think a high school student would be capable of. So definitely check it out. I think they are going to be posted on YouTube soon, coming soon. So look out for that. And we had our FFA banquet on Wednesday just to celebrate all of the events that FFA has put on this year. They had it out in their barn. The ag program at Morro Bay is definitely one of the most prideful programs we pride ourselves on, just because there's so many opportunities that are open through FFA. So yeah, we also had our Avid Senior Night on Thursday, similar to FFA, just to celebrate the entire year of Avid and all the hard work that students have put into going to college, and they finally got to announce what college they're going to, which was super exciting to see. All my senior friends, all the people I'd look out in the halls and see like, I wonder what they're going to do for the next 4 years. So it's super awesome to go to that and see all the different places that they're going. They're literally going all over the country. It's pretty wild. And then we had our Pirate Olympics last Friday, which I was super honored to do because similar to Slow High's Tiger Olympics, kind of, thought about that idea, see if we could put it in place at Morro Bay High. And we seemed to do a pretty good job. That was super awesome. We had kids from Monarch Grove Elementary, Baywood Elementary, and Del Mar Elementary, so representing all the coastal elementary schools. It was super awesome to see. We had a bunch of different STEAM programs, biochemistry, drama, all the sort of academic kind of electives. And then we also had different sports teams assembled from all the kids from the different elementary schools. We did get a one-up on you on Slow High, though, because we did get permission to host a water polo tournament or a inner tube water polo tournament in our pool. So looks like you guys are gonna have to make some upgrades for next year for your Tiger Olympics. But it was definitely awesome to see how something I went to in 6th grade at Teach, Miss Batistic, how that can evolve and come to Morro Bay High. So that was super awesome. And then coming up, we have our Loams and MBHS choir performance this Wednesday at 7 o'clock in our theater, our brand new theater. It's super awesome. You guys should come check it out. And also our district band concert is in the main gym next Thursday at 6 p.m. And this Friday, I'm really looking forward to is our end of the year rally, just to celebrate culmination of the end of the year, look back on all the events we've had. We've been looking at you, Slow High SB. We got those big inflatable balloon things that you like inflate and then you hop in them and you kind of like body slam people. It's pretty fun, super safe. It's safe, no injuries. So definitely looking forward to that. That'll hopefully get us pretty psyched up for the end of the year. And biggest drum roll, prom is this Saturday from 7:30 to 11 at the Pavilion on the Lake in Atascadero. The theme is the Royal Ball, so it's kind of more of like a pretty bougie kind of looking prom. It should be pretty awesome. I'd like to thank our junior class presidents. They've absolutely blown it out of the water. Every day I walk in ASB and they're typing away, calling someone, trying to get prom all planned together, and they've done an absolutely amazing job. Sorry, excuse me. Senior week is also next week, just to appreciate these seniors and all the hard work they've been doing. Monday is post the college you're going to or your dream college for Spirit Points. Spirit Points, we kind of got back together this year. Each class has a Spirit Point count, and then at the end of the year, they get like a huge party for whichever class has the most Spirit Points. Just kind of something to get our school spirit level back to Slow High's level, because really we're just trying to catch up with Slow High all the time. Yeah, I hope in the near future we can have 4 D1 CIF championships in 1 week, but something to work towards. Tuesday, moving on, is rejection letter day. You get a treat at nutrition if you show up with your rejection letter from your dream college, any college. So just trying to make something sweet out of a disappointment. Wednesday is soccer mom versus barbecue dad. Just yeah, just to kind of give students an idea of what happens after college, what you grow up to be. Thursday is seniors wear their college t-shirts and where they're committed to, just to celebrate. Everybody be like, oh, you're going to Oregon State. Nice job. Like, just super awesome. Everybody gets to congratulate each other and just a super appreciative day. And Friday, to continue with the appreciation, is post your favorite senior and senior crown decorating at lunch, just to really give it to them and really appreciate all the hard work they've done and to congratulate them on their futures. That is all I have. Thank you guys. See you next year.
Well, I expect every report next year to be like that. So
Put that on YouTube.
this is, yeah. And Atticus, you're gonna be with us another time or two?
Yeah. No, I'm gonna bring along Lila for my next one. She's
Great.
gonna be present next year. I'll even maybe let her talk or something. I don't know. But yeah, she'll be here. Totally. You'll get to meet her. But yeah, next one should be my last one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. And you might want to stick around because a lot of the people who helped get you where you are today are sitting out there. And our next agenda topic is the employees of the year, Mr. Block.
All
There you
right.
go.
Hey, good evening. So tonight, super exciting. We get to honor the employees of the year and teachers of the year. So a quick recap of how this goes. We send out the criteria, not quite as creative on the names as Morro Bay High School, but for our employees of the year in their category, you'll hear them in a bit. Employees from around the district at the different school sites and district departments nominate people for these categories for employees of the year. And teacher of the year is a little different. Each site selects one teacher of the year internally, and then they go forward to the district. So at this time, I'm gonna start with employees of the year and recognize some outstanding employees in San Luis Coastal. We recognize that we have many people deserving of this award. These are just a few that rose to the top this year. So clerical support, employee of the year is Amy Burton. So as we a pause here, the school board, if I'd have you come right up in front, and then our employees of the year will come by and give you a handshake. So Amy is secretary clerk. I'll pause right there, and then Leslie at the end will give you right here. Perfect. Amy Burton is secretary clerk at Del Mar. These are some highlights from her nomination. Del Mar is lucky to have Amy join our staff over 8 years ago. In those years, she has become an integral part of not only the Del Mar community, but our district as a whole. Although Amy's job title is secretary clerk, we have come to learn that she wears many hats. She is always willing to go the extra mile to support students and staff and does it all with a smile. The impact that Amy has made at Del Mar is evident in the glowing nomination that was submitted. Her colleagues wrote that Amy's ability to treat all people with dignity is evident in the relationship she builds with students, families, staff, and community members. Parents know that Amy is here to support them, and she shares the common goal for each student to be successful. You go down the line. We're asking the first one. She's gonna set it up here, yeah. Hugs all right. Hugs are good. All right, our school support employee of the year. Is Lisa Valencia, licensed vocational nurse. Lisa has been with SLCUSD for over 7 years. And in those years, she has made invaluable contributions to our district. The care and compassion she shows to students is phenomenal. She is able to work with students of a wide range of ages and build meaningful relationships that allow her to provide the best care possible. Lisa is a great representative of the amazing work that our nurses provide to our students. Whether it be putting on a Band-Aid on a student or giving medication, nurses are a vital and irreplaceable part of every school. Lisa truly embodies the characteristics one thinks of when they hear the word nurse: caring, compassionate, kind, intelligent, and hardworking. Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Right. Our next employee category is Certificated Specialist Employee of the Year, and that goes to Michelle Hopper, District Librarian. Michelle Hopper became our district librarian 5 years ago, and in that time, she has become an invaluable resource to our students and schools. Michelle goes above and beyond to support our library technicians at all school sites with joy and kindness. She is always ready and willing to answer questions or to assist in any way she can. One colleague shared that we truly can't imagine how we could manage our guidance without her guidance. Just knowing that we are in such capable hands when anything and everything comes up has made my job not only manageable, but a joy. Another colleague added, "I am grateful to Michelle for everything she has done for our staff and all of the district students. We can only be at our best because she is so exceptional." In the last couple of weeks, Dr. Prater has gone around and surprised our award winners and seen them up here reminiscing back to when we told them they got the awards. All right. Our next category, Management Employee of the Year, Chris Bonin, Director of Building and Grounds and Transportation. We have had the pleasure of having Chris work with us for over 5 years. During that time, Chris has become an integral part of our staff and entire community. The service that he has provided to our students and staff is immeasurable, and we are grateful for that. One of Chris's greatest strengths is his leadership skills. He is a staunch advocate for his staff, and that translates into them being able to better serve our students and schools. During the recent storms, when most of our staff was at home for their safety, Chris was here working closely with the staff, making sure that sites were secure, assessing damage, and making sure that schools were safe for students and staff to return. Chris is a model of great leadership who guides the BG&T staff with integrity, respect, and dependability. All right, our next Employee of the Year category, School Support. And this employee happens to be our overall classified Employee of the Year, Roy Bean III, para-educator and crossing guard. Roy has been part of the SLCUSD community for over 10 years. And in those years, he has become a staple in the community with both staff and students. Roy is the first person that most of our students greet as they make their way to school as the crossing guard at one of our busiest intersections. We are lucky to have Roy there as a representative of our school community. If you have passed by the corner of California and San Luis Drive, you have surely seen Roy standing on the sidewalk, directing traffic with a big smile on his face, and on occasion, you might see some of his dance moves. While reading his nominations that were submitted, you get a true sense of what Roy means to the entire San Luis High School community. He is described as kind, caring, hardworking, and helpful, and above all else, an unparalleled advocate for his students. Roy was nominated in two categories, one as his crossing guard and one as his paraeducator position. We've had a good attendance on our employee of the years. I did hear from some of our teacher of the year that they were not able to make it tonight. So some of them are not here, but I'm still going to recognize them here. Teacher of the year nominee from Del Mar, Philip Roski. Philip Roski is an engaging teacher who promotes joy and fun in learning every day in his classroom. He creates a positive learning environment conducive to learning for every student, regardless of their skill level or academic ability. He empowers students to take ownership of their learning and become independent learners. Philip often reaches out to and actively includes students of the SDC program in activities that they will benefit from. Philip ensures that all his students feel respected and loved, and they are motivated to give their best effort. As one of his students wrote, "Mr. Roski makes me feel better when I learn. Mr. Roski makes me happy." All right. Teacher of the Year, Hawthorne, Kristen Eldridge. Kristen is a phenomenal teacher. Kristen strongly values building relationships with her students and is often connecting with students before and after school. Whether it is to go over math lessons or just friendly conversation, Kristen is always available to her students. This includes making YouTube videos for her students to review material that they are struggling with. Kristen is compassionate, kind, dedicated, caring, talented, and a creative educator who will always go above and beyond to do what is best for every child. Teacher of the Teacher of the Year nominee from Los Ranchos is Roseanne Horner. Roseanne is so incredibly supportive of all her students. She is willing to go the extra mile. She is a dedicated and patient teacher that creates unique and personalized learning plans for each student. She works tirelessly to ensure that the students meet their goals and are progressing. All right. Teacher of the Year nominee from Monarch Grove is Catherine Kirby. Catherine Kirby is an outstanding educator who has positively impacted the lives of thousands of students over the span of her 38 years of teaching. She provides her students with a rich learning environment and encourages them to take an active role in their learning. Catherine is invested in every one of her students and supports even outside of the classroom by attending their many sporting events. Teacher of the Year nominee from Teach is Hannah Dodge. Hannah Dodge is a wonderful, incredibly dedicated teacher who always goes above and beyond for her students. Hannah makes her students feel seen, heard, and valued. Hannah is skilled at tapping into a student's unique strengths to help them overcome challenges and develop a positive self-concept. Hannah inspires students to be their best selves and is dedicated to making sure that they are all well prepared for their transition into middle school. As one of her students wrote, she knows how to teach you so that you actually remember stuff. Right. Loam's Teacher of the Year nominee is Phil Angel. Phil Angel embodies what students need. He has supported many students with their learning by coming in early and staying late. Phil always goes above and beyond for his students. He seeks to build relationships with his students, even if that means telling bad dad jokes to make them laugh. As an athletic director, Phil stays with students until they are picked up late into the evening to make sure that everybody is safe and accounted for. Morro Bay High School's Teacher of the Year nominee is Terza Abuan. Terza is an exceptional teacher who over the course of her 20 years at Morro Bay High School has gone above and beyond to support and engage students in and out of the classroom. Terza's door is always open to students. Terza is intentional in her advocacy of cultural awareness and diversity. She started a tolerance club, which later transformed into a cultural cooking club on campus to further promote cultural inclusivity. Terza is an invaluable member of the Morro Bay High School community who has helped many students achieve their goals with kindness and compassion. San Luis Obispo High School's Teacher of the Year is Dan Monroe. Dan is a dedicated teacher with a genuine interest in helping students. As the health teacher, he is passionate about teaching students ways to improve their health that will have a lifelong impact on them. He uses creative and relevant lessons to get students engaged and delivers these lessons with charisma and integrity. As a teacher and coach, he adapts and creates individualized lessons for each student and builds leadership and citizenship skills. Dan is loved and respected in his role as a health teacher, avid teacher, girls basketball head coach at SLO High, and his kindness and dedication is greatly appreciated by the entire San Luis Obispo High School community. All right, this last one is the Teacher of the Year nominee from Baywood, Adam Dale. In addition to being selected as the Teacher of the Year from Baywood, Adam was also selected as the district nominee as Teacher of the Year. Adam Dale is compassionate, kind teacher who embraces the needs of the students in his class. Adam creates a classroom environment where students feel safe and are excited to learn. He values the importance of creating relationships with his students and their families. Adam takes the time to learn about each student in his class individually and nurtures their strengths. As an SDC teacher, Adam has designed a special education program that allows for specialized instruction and an integration in general education to best meet the needs of his students. Adam not only supports his students, but also all of the students at Baywood by helping them problem solve or by saying something kind to them. Adam is a relentless advocate for his students, and he makes sure that all of their needs are being met. Adam not only goes above and beyond to support his students, he is an invaluable resource for his colleagues, always willing to help and mentor teachers and help them problem solve. As one of his colleagues wrote, "You can count on Adam. Everybody needs an Adam." Adam has had a tremendous impact to the students he has taught and the teachers he has worked with throughout his 12 years of teaching. This is evident by the over 50 signatures that were received on his nomination. The Baywood Elementary community is honored to have Adam as an educator in their school and value all the contributions he has made in the lives of those around him. Oh, gosh.
Let's take 10 minutes so we can all congratulate everyone again. And I believe I see some snacks back there, some cookies. So again, thank you so much. We will reconvene at 5 till 6.
About 6.
Yeah, we'll get this up.
That's about, yeah. There we go.
So our next, thank you. Our next item is 7.01 correspondence, and at the time of the meeting, the board has received no written correspondence. Next is public comment. This portion of the agenda is for anyone who has something to say that is not on the right, an agenda item, a numbered agenda item, or if you would like to address the board, but don't want to wait until that item comes up, you can do that. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We like it when you fill out a speaker form. They're back on the table. Mandy, are they back on the table there? And if you hand that to us, then we can call your name and you can come to speak. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. We are strict about the 3-minute rule. You can't share your time or give your time to somebody else. And we will begin public comment. Mrs. Roger, do you have any speaker request forms? You're on.
Oh, it's okay. Okay. I do. I have one form and then I have the names of 3 people who I think indicated a desire to speak by email. So the first speaker is Denny McKee, speaking on the subject of school fencing, and then he'll be followed by Amy Van Brash.
Hi, folks. My name is Denny McKee. I live at 1243 West Newport. My backyard fence borders C.L. Smith's school property. My son attended C.L. Smith School and San Luis High. Before I get started on why I'm here, I'd like to mention I'm quite certain my son, who is now 28, would have really thrived attending school under the current staff and leadership at C.L. Smith School, because of the increased outdoor activities taking place there these days. Also, having run my own school garden, I've also enjoyed watching the development of the C.L. Smith School Garden Project, which is just a stone's throw from my backyard. And again, I just like to reiterate, it's really been exciting watching all of the activities that are going on in that field these days, especially the intramural activities. Here we go. Here's the why I'm here. A couple of weeks ago, I was informed by a neighbor that they heard the district was planning to put up fences on the school grounds alongside already existing residential fences surrounding the C.L. Smith Elementary School fields. I then learned this was planned for other school sites too. If it's not true, then I apologize for wasting your time and listening to me. If there is a plan in the works, please don't do it. I sent communications to Superintendent Dr. Prater and to Board President Ellen Sheffer yesterday to get more information. Let me just finish up with this. One last thing. I understand safety is most likely what drives the installation of the fences. I taught at Pioneer Valley High School as a sped teacher for 20 plus years, and I experienced my own lockdowns and potential threats on campus throughout that time. More so in the last few years. Now, where some folks might view the backyard fences surrounding the school as a weak link in school safety, I view those backyard fences with gates installed as just, God forbid, as a possible escape route if something ever happened. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McKee. And Mr. Pinkerton will be in touch with you. Thank you.
So Amy Van Brash, followed by Jamie Crossnow.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Amy Van Brash. I have a sophomore and a senior at SLO High School, and then a son who graduated 2 years ago. I'm here today to request a reevaluation of one major thing. I'll make 2 points. A reevaluation of letting students that have earned cords to wear them at graduation. my first point though, there was a rumor about valedictorian being changed. Valedictorian, it goes back in history and tradition. This is the #1 student in the entire class. I feel like that is something earned. That is something that some students work for from middle school on. You know, they want to be valedictorian. My kids were never valedictorian or are not going to be. But I feel like everyone values having a valedictorian. The rumor was that it was going to be changed maybe to a vote-in system. So I'm discouraging any sort of discussion or change regarding that. A possible solution is to maybe create another position if that's what is desired, but to keep valedictorian because that is something I feel really special in high school graduation. The second point is for the chords. These are chords that students can earn not only for academics, but for welding, FFA, auto. They are not just to show that, oh, these kids got really good grades. I believe it was maybe during COVID, something changed because my 20-year-old could not wear his. And I never heard anything about it. It was just a done deal. I'm not sure if that was because students would feel like, oh, why do they have that? Or how did they earn that? Or if it was making people look different. I feel like graduation is something to be celebrated for each individual. That's why everyone is there. When you get multiple degrees, when you get certificates, you have different embellishments, you have different hoods. Administrators at graduation are wearing different attire. That shows that you worked hard, you earned it, you spent time. Every student has the ability to earn a cord. I just feel like that is something that could be looked at, talked about, discussed. I know it probably won't happen this year, but if that could be put on an agenda for the future to be discussed and maybe re-voted upon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Crosno. I also have 2 students at SLO High. I have a senior and a sophomore. And I'm here for the same reason that Amy was here, to talk about allowing the seniors to wear their graduation cords across the graduation stage. It's my understanding that a few years ago, I believe the board, and I don't know if it was this board or not, decided to not allow the cords across the stage. And I don't know what the rationale was. I wasn't part of those discussions. Sandals High has always celebrated student accomplishments, and I think that this should be no different. Every student at SLO High has the opportunity to receive a cord. They're not just given for academics. You get them for completing CTE pathways such as auto or ag science classes, welding. So no one's being excluded from receiving a graduation cord. As a matter of fact, I believe that these accomplishments are recognized at an assembly in front of the entire school. So they're just not being allowed to be recognized over the graduation stage, which that's in front of their friends and family. And so we're just asking that that be reconsidered. No other school in our county other than Morro Bay has this rule. Most of the other schools, they can wear sashes, cords, leis, whatever they want around their necks. They can decorate their caps, and SLO High and Morro Bay High are just not allowed to have any of those things at graduation. I feel like we need to relook at the policy and see if it makes sense. I don't know if anybody has ever asked the students. I've talked to quite a few students and parents, some that are receiving cords, some that are not. And I have not talked to one person yet that is in favor of this policy. And so I'm just asking that we can maybe put this on a future agenda item so we can all kind of discuss it, because I think it warrants a discussion a little bit further. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then our last speaker is Sandra Knapp. Oh, is-
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm at the Quest to Pool, so it's a little bit loud.
Okay, your time has started.
Good evening, Dr. Prater, school board members, educators, staff, and members of the public. I'm here today to congratulate you and implore you to continue to fund WIN programs in our school district as you look at your preliminary budget for the coming years. My daughter Estelle started 4th grade this year, not able to write the word challenge correctly. She would mix up her use of there versus there and consistently misspelled her 1st grade sight words. But she was a million-word reader before the start of winter break. To be clear, the Oxford Dictionary defines literacy as the ability to both read and write. Per this definition, my child is illiterate. Estelle and many in her cohort struggle with spelling. I have asked Estelle's teachers to address her inability to spell at grade level since 1st grade because her foundational kindergarten experience of 30+ kids in the classroom was not an environment conducive for learning anything. It was barely an exercise in discipline and mostly trying just to keep children safe. Midway through her 1st grade year of Zoom schooling, I was told she would just eventually get it and not to worry about her inability to spell. It wasn't until Estelle reached Mrs. Kirby's 4th grade class that she was assigned an intense spelling instruction during WIN time with Mrs. Burrows, who instructed her on the Sunday program that Ms. Canudala trained a team of teachers to implement. And it worked. Now Estelle's getting 100% on her spelling test, but still struggles when she free writes. My other daughter, Selah, a 1st grader, has also excelled in her ability to spell during her WIN time with Mrs. Burrows. She told me in WIN time, I have a room that allows my teacher to teach so I can learn. She is 7 and even she can see the benefit of small group instruction. Professionally, I am in the business of building homes. But if we do not build a home with a properly engineered and constructed foundation, the walls will not be square. Doors would not shut properly. Windows would not open correctly. The home would not be sound. You are in the business of literacy. What happens to the test scores? Oh, sorry. The test scores do not lie. Even before COVID, children were showing up to 4th grade illiterate. 30% of students did not meet the ELA standard in 2018, 2019. In 2021 and 2022, we had a small increase, but it was only 36% of children that still weren't meeting the basic standards of reading. So I implore you and challenge you to look at your long-term goals of getting all of our children to exceed the ELA standards. Your return on investment on a WIN teacher would pay you dividends in the long run. They're not full-time employees, and I bet they don't even get benefits, but the benefits they provide are immeasurable.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
The first I've heard. Is there anyone else wishing to address the public at this time? All right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for coming. All right. Our next item is the superintendent's update. And first is business and budget.
We have a lot to talk about budget tonight, both the LCAP and budget. So I'm going to keep my results pretty short. And basically just 2 things. One, again, budget tonight. Kudos to Katie and her team putting together all the information to present to the board tonight. As you can see, there's a lot that goes into this planning. And then lastly, just to let the board know that our auditors are here this week in the district, getting information, preparing for our upcoming audit that happens during the summer.
Okay. Education services update.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of updates for you this evening. It was really exciting to hear Colton from Morro Bay High School talk about his mental health awareness week, because that's one of the things I wanted to talk about this evening. So it's nice to see that the students understand that this is important and happening on their campus. It's actually Mental Health Awareness Month, and a lot of our campuses are really concentrating on a single week like Morro Bay High School is. What you'll find is that our counselors at our schools are conducting lessons, they're doing focus activities and providing learning opportunities. At our elementary schools, they're focusing on kindness, connections, and mindfulness. And at our middle and high schools, it's mindfulness, connections, and resources for wellness. So again, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And then over the course of the last several months, you've heard about the Next Gen program that our Education Foundation has been planning, working very closely with Mr. O'Connor. We have the first launch gathering on Monday, the 22nd. So students from Los Osos Middle School and Laguna Middle School, along with their parents, are coming here to J2 to celebrate the fact that they are our first cohort of Next Gen students, and then also to hear a little bit more about the program. And then just to remind you, when they commit to this program, they get enhanced counseling, they get parent education, and they do get financial support that will help them with some of the barriers of going to college. And generally, these are our first gen kids. So May 22nd, we hope to see you guys here in J2 if you're available. And then this Friday, elementary athletics for achievement. We have a track meet. It's an amazing opportunity. Love for you to go to the track, watch these kids compete. The parents cheer them on, people from schools around the district supporting them. So this Friday at SLO High, if you're available. And then this Thursday night is our last DLAC night of the year, last DLAC meeting. It's at Pacheco, and we'd love to have you join us.
There's a lot going on. All right, Measure C and D.
Yeah, so for Measure C and D, just a quick update for the board. Of course, we met with the CBOC for Measure C on Monday for the first time. So, as part of a Prop 55 bond measure, right? We have to have a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. So we have one for Measure D, and this is a brand new group for Measure C that will be with us. Sometimes we have some transition throughout, but for the most part, a lot of the committee members are through the entire bond program. So walked them through architecture, phases of construction, bylaws, spent a couple hours on Monday kind of reviewing all the backdrop for the CBOC committee. And I was really pleased with the group that we have. And I look forward to the board getting to meet them and getting to know them as well.
Thank you. Our next item is 9.01. Back to the LCAP. Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayfield. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, good evening. Every year we bring the LCAP forward for a first reading and a public hearing. And so at this time, the board would open up a public hearing regarding the LCAP.
Thank you. So the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to address the board on the LCAP? We will close the public hearing. And we will move on to the budget. Mr. Pinkerton.
So for the audience to know, we also will be speaking about these two items in more detail after the public hearings, but as part of the procedure, we have the public hearings first. And so this would be the public hearing for the budget that we will open and close. And then of course, we will be reviewing those at the next discussion action items for the board in terms of the first reading. And the public can also participate during those conversations as well.
All right, so this is opening up the public hearing for the first reading of the budget. I mean, no one will come, we'll close the public hearing and we'll come back to the board because the LCAP and the budget are so closely aligned, we can have all questions at this time. Everybody's here. Our budget people, our LCAP people. So anyone from the board wishing to speak on this, or are you going to, you're going to make your presentation first?
Just a couple of slides, if you don't mind.
So just a reminder about where we've come in terms of our LCAP for 23-24. We've reminded the board through many presentations since January that we are building year 3 of a 3-year LCAP. And next year is the year that we really spend some time reevaluating our goals, reevaluating all of our action items, reevaluating our budget. But for this year, we're making minor tweaks going through. We met in January, in March, April, May, twice to go over the LCAP and specific pieces about the LCAP. The last time we were together, we kind of did a deep dive in a study session, looked at all of our goal areas, looked at notable action items, and also looked at budget bottom lines for each of our focus areas. All of that information, all of those presentations are available for you on this slide. I do want to remind the board, and we spoke about this a couple of times in our meetings, that the feedback from our public is one of the most important things we do in the LCAP process. And San Luis Coastal goes to many, many groups to ensure that we are bringing in that feedback, not only those in our school community, but also in the community outside of our school. We talk to DLAC, ELAC, we go to our Common Ground, we talk to our student senators. All of those groups give us feedback, and this year we received more feedback than we ever have. Our survey was filled out by 799 community members, students, parents, teachers. Our student senators gave us amazing feedback. And in addition to the surveys that we have completed, Mr. Mayfield and part of his team goes out and among the schools and the meetings, particularly with our ELACs and DLACs, making sure that we are getting feedback from our English learner families. There are 3 notable documents that we've gone over in the last several months. The goals, action, and budget is it's a 40-page document, but it's a little bit simplified version. Mr. Buckman tells me that it's 45 and not 40. That it's a simplified version that highlights the goals and the metrics and then every action item. You'll also see a link there to the actual LCAP itself. And by that, I mean the form that will go to the COE and then to the CDE. A little bit more complicated, but it's the information from the goals, actions, and budget that builds the LCAP document, the last one. And then the LCAP overview in the middle is that long form that we've gone over a couple of times at our meetings that again looks at feedback, looks at action items, looks at goal areas as well. And then finally, metrics. So after all of our discussions and your opportunity to read through the goals, actions, and budget, we ask you tonight if you have any questions about the LCAP.
All right, we'll go to the public once again, since this is separate from the item before. Anyone from the public wishing to address the board on the LCAP? All right, we'll come back to the board. I'm sure they're okay. Mr. Banfield, then followed by Ms. Dobler-Drew. And Mark.
2 questions. Well, sorry. 2 questions. Under the heading broad course of study, okay, it reads, all students are provided a broad course of study, including art, music, fine arts, world languages, electives, and enrichment opportunities. My question there is, all students are provided music instruction?
Yeah, good question. The broad course of study is a dashboard, California State dashboard term that just refers to a comprehensive educational program at the secondary level, at the high school level. So students certainly have the opportunity to take music classes as part of that broad course of study. It would be an elective course, but not a mandatory course, but they absolutely have the opportunity to take music classes at the secondary level. At the elementary level, it is mandatory to have music 4th, 5th, and 6th grade.
Perhaps there'll be a future discussion about extending that, but we won't discuss that now.
Sounds good.
I will let you know, Mr. Banfield, that at Morro Bay High School, one of the new elective courses with band, as Mr. Bellier is going to be there full time at the school.
Oh, yeah.
He's actually going to have beginning instrument. So for students, their very first time in terms of taking an instrument will be offered at Morro Bay High next year. So
Of
that
all
they-
ages or?
all ages.
That'll be nice.
So yeah, so it's a nice plus for that school.
I know
that,
he's doing a recording studio
yeah,
also, I
a
think.
few different things. Yeah.
Be
So
excellent.
this is the first time for like brand new students to take band, because oftentimes seventh grade, eighth grade, sixth grade, those types of things, but now even just starting in ninth grade or throughout they'll have that opportunity. So it's a great
That
thing.
would be
Yeah.
great.
And you had a second
I
question?
did have one more question. The way the document is formed, there's all these different items, and this is G3.E.06. Provide opportunities for parents to participate in diversity and inclusive presentations and activities. May include, but not limited to, gala, cultural creations, diversity coalition, CAPSLO, and diverse books and SLCUSD.
Yeah.
We probably won't have time to discuss this, but I'm just curious, is there a way that we could have information as to what does that look like? This, the providing the opportunities for parents.
Yeah, basically that would be us putting together a parent education night. It could be, for example, when we roll out new curriculum, oftentimes we would do a parent education night where we would invite parents in to learn about the new curriculum. So next year, perhaps the group decides, hey, we're going to have the parents come on in and learn about inclusive classrooms. And we're going to invite Gala to participate with us in this parent night because they provide the expertise in that area. And they might come in and work with us in unison to provide the information to parents at a parent night. That's just an example of what we
So
might do.
This is projected for next year.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
Ms. Dobler-Drew, then Mr. Buckman.
Yes, I piggyback on what Mr. Banfield said, and I'll be interested in hearing about how that progresses and what he was talking about, and whether it will be possible to bring in so that they understand where we're coming from, the state laws that back up certain things that we are required to do.
Yeah.
And how they can be mitigated for anybody who has an objection, given options, maybe, possibly, things like that. Mitigation, something like that.
We could certainly talk about the legal aspects. Sure.
And the other thing was, is it delineated what percentage of the benchmark assessments that the student has to pass in order to have mastery? And is it 70%?
Yeah, it's not generally 70%, like a flat figure type of thing, but we do have expectations as to where students should be at the first trimester benchmark, at the second trimester benchmark, and they move up, of course. So looking at, say, reading fluency, you would expect a kindergartner to be at, I don't know the level right off the top of my head. I want to say a B or an A reading level by the first trimester. And then by the second trimester, they should be at a B or a C. And then at the end of the year, a D. So it would be a progression.
Right. As a past teacher, but now retired, I used to do a lot of that kind of assessment. But I was wondering if on, say, a math test, it would be 70% passed for mastery, something like that.
Yeah, again, I don't have the figures right off the top of my head for what we consider to be proficiency for our benchmark assessments, but I could certainly get that information.
Thank you.
Anything more?
Oh, that's it.
Okay, Mr. Buckman.
So first of all, I have to thank Mr. Mayfield, who got on with me early one morning after this agenda was released, and spent a fair amount of time with me discussing the LCAP. This LCAP is just, it's a great planning document, but for me as a board member, there's just, and I'm going to try this word, I hope I got it right. There's a plethora. That means there's a lot of,
Yep.
There's a plethora of information in here about what we put an emphasis on in the district and what parents, students, and the community are interested in. So it was, I appreciate the time you spent with me.
Of course.
And it also means I'll be asking less questions tonight, and so we'll save the board some time. At one point, we were talking about measuring success in the district and the state dashboard or whatever, and that it was red, orange, green, blue.
Right.
And now it's gone back to percents.
Very
It used to be,
high.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so can you just explain to me maybe what they did, and then if you could try to explain why they did it?
Yeah, good. So the dashboard, as you know, was suspended for 2 years during COVID and the aftermath of COVID. The previous system had a rubric that was one side was the actual score, and then the other side was the change in that score from the previous year. So you went up and down for the actual score that the district got, or in a particular category like language arts. And then if it was a increase, then you went up one way, or if it was a decrease, you went down the other way. And that led you to a color on the graph. And you could score a blue, I think was the highest rating, green, yellow, orange rather, and then red would be the low level. And now, because they're kind of restarting the dashboard, it uses a different system. There is no change because this would be benchmark year. 22 results would be benchmark year. And the scores are very high, high, medium, low, very low. And so that is the change. And there will, we've talked to Mrs. Frost and I were talking about this evening before the meeting. We need to make sure that an update to the board on the dashboard is included in board presentations for next year, and probably earlier rather than later, to talk about these things in depth, bring everybody up to speed.
And so while I appreciate colors, I think that more defined is going to be a lot easier, because I had trouble making the jump as I was reviewing this.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to say along these same lines is I don't remember what G0567-A was, but there's money in here that's allocated for more data and measuring. And I know that that's really important to me. And I'm glad to see that the LCAP includes it this year. There was a term in here that I hadn't seen before, Math Academy. So if you could share with me some of what's Math Academy?
We've been working hard, especially Mr. O'Connor, on developing a math academy that will work on the articulation of math from upper elementary grades, 5th grade through 8th grade. One of the things that, I've learned in this role over time, and especially from Mr. O'Connor, is that what keeps kids from graduation is math in large part, getting past that Algebra 2 requirement. So we're looking at math scores at the middle school level, at upper elementary level, and saying, this is an area of need, and we need to get our teachers together and have our best teachers lead this process by looking at math articulation from grades 4 or 5 up through grade 8. We have adjusted the scores that we use to allow kids into accelerated math and seen very good results. We lowered those to allow more students to participate, and we've seen those students be successful. So students in the past that wouldn't have had the opportunity for accelerated math and then being able to get into the higher math courses now can do that. And again, with good results. So Math Academy would be, as I mentioned, led by some of our best teachers, 6th through 8th grade. And then they would just talk about year-long plans, the standards, teaching strategies, different things that we can do to bump up student achievement in math as they progress in that critical time from 5th grade through 8th grade, and getting ready for the more rigorous algebra courses in high school.
And so this was one of those ones where I was having trouble understanding yellow turning to a %. So, and then if I'm understanding what you're saying, it's completing the A to Gs. It's the math that's stopping them, not the reading.
In general.
In general. Okay. So I was really excited about that. Chronic absenteeism there was a time back in the dark old days when I was early on the board, or maybe even earlier than that I asked somebody about absenteeism in the district, and they said, well, we don't worry about that so much because it's, we're not ADA. And so if the kids stay home, we actually have more money to work with the kids that are here. So I was really excited to see this coming back, because as far as I understand, our attendance is not great.
Well, the COVID especially caused some issues with attendance, make no mistake about it. And the data is pretty, it's just right there telling us where the issues are, what schools, which students in particular. Several of our schools were identified for additional targeted assistance. I believe it's noted in the document as ATSI.
Right.
And each of those schools developed a plan, a specific plan for that school site to address chronic absenteeism or higher suspension rates, whatever they were identified for. But we had long discussions at principal meetings about strategies on how to get kids, in school. We've also looked at the data of students we're working with in interventions and noted that those students who are showing success are here and participating in the interventions.
Mm.
Those students who are not showing success in interventions are not here and not participating. And the research is pretty clear that you've got to have a solid time, and it's got to be regular every single day for a period of time for a student to make up learning. And you can't do that when students are missing a couple of days a week. And so I think we got into some different habits in terms of attendance during the COVID period, families did. And it's a matter of kind of prioritizing that again, working on the messaging of attendance with families. And so that will be something moving forward. And I believe the attendance figures already are better. We'll analyze those at the end of the year when it's all, when after the last day of school. But I believe attendance is, because of the efforts, is already noticeably better.
And I homed in on that a little bit because it's one thing for, the site to be looking at absenteeism, it's whatever, but to have students, staff, parents, and community build the LCAP, and that's showing up in the LCAP. And so I was really I wasn't excited that we have chronic absenteeism. I'm excited that, beyond the administration and the staff, it's recognized. So I good to see that we're putting money. This one's a more personal one, I think, and I'm not sure why. There's a lot of times in the LCAP where it talks about parent engagement, and it links that directly to the parent square. And I think parent square is great, but I'm just not. I'm not sure how you monitor that.
Right.
Like, we do a lot of surveys. We did a survey about internet access, and it came back that, only 20% of our families didn't have reliable internet at home. That was huge for me as a board member. This one is, how do we know people are looking at Parent Square?
Yeah, we within Parent Square, it's a closed system, right? So we can see, the activity in Parent Square and whether or not messages are being received and looked at within Parent Square. But what I would say about parent participation is there are many, many, many activities that won't show up specifically in the LCAP because they don't have a budget attached to them in terms of parent activity. So you'll see those activities in single plans for student achievement in October and November when they come in. There are, ELAC, the DTAC meetings or the Title I Advisory Committee meetings that are Title I schools. There are PTA meetings. There are all sorts of parent activities that occur, including educational activities that occur that don't have a budget figure attached to them. So I think it would be, misleading to look in the LCAP and say, gosh, there's only $70,000 earmarked for parent education, when really, if you quantified people's time and put that into it, the figure would be much, much higher.
Okay. And then as I'm winding down here, as I was reading through this, we've heard loud and clear, I've heard loud and clear that phonics is critical. Phonics, we're going to come back to, and then, so as I'm reading this and I didn't see the word phonics, and I started to get worried. And
Yeah.
so you helped me be less worried. Do you want to
Yep.
explain the lack of the word of phonics?
Of
in the
course,
LCAP?
yeah. So in this year's LCAP, you'll see $400,000 earmarked for HSS adoption, history, social studies adoption for elementary. You won't see that next year, right? Because we've done that this year, moving into next year. So in next year's LCAP, that won't appear, even though we've done the training, we've purchased the materials, teachers will be using them regularly, it will be happening. So 2 years ago, we had phonics adoption, the phonics units of study from Teachers College was adopted. We put teachers through training, kindergarten, first grade, second grade. That's ongoing. That's being monitored, being taught. We have the materials. We purchase what we need to back up those materials, but you wouldn't see it as a large item because it's happened, but it is absolutely ongoing, and phonics training and discussions and monitoring is happening.
Okay, great.
weekly.
Just lastly, I think the district has wisely, and I agree with what I'm hearing about restorative practices and alternative. I used to call it alternative dispute resolution. I guess it's alternative means of correction now. And I'm kind of used to seeing a number. So it's like, there's been two suspensions this month, or 5 suspensions. And we know suspensions are up, but we're now counseling kids and helping them with restorative and alternative programs. And so I feel slightly like I don't have as much of a handle on the number of kids that are struggling.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm not seeing that in the LCAP, and I just don't know if that's the right place, but it was a question I had.
Yeah.
How do we have
The
identified subgroups with a lot of suspension rates? I don't know if we're gonna, how we monitor that. So
Great point. The dashboard has that information for our district. The numbers that are in the current dashboard are from 22. We can pull those numbers up at any time in our system, and it's something that we look at very carefully. Mr. Dollar came into the elementary principals meeting, a couple of them, and discussed, alternative corrective actions the principals can take in lieu of a suspension. And as you mentioned, our rates are higher, and we've seen behaviors that we haven't seen before, especially at the elementary level. And so principals are actively looking for change student behavior. And so one of the things that is listed in there is that we're going to expand our MTSS model from a focus on academics to a focus that would include student behavior. And so our MTSS teachers at all of our elementary sites will become a part of that team that analyzes the systems at the school and tries to figure out ways like, where are the problems, where are the behaviors arising, and how do we deal with these in a positive, proactive manner. So it's something that we're absolutely on top of, absolutely monitoring, and we're committing resources and training in the LCAP to that cause.
Okay, and so I appreciate the time you spent with me. There's just so many amazing good stuff. Great stuff. I mean, CTE is in here. It's just, there's so much good, but I just had those few questions left. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Ms. Doper Drew?
Yes, I wanted to add
Then Mr. Unger.
the appreciation factor. I mean, it's really jam-packed with great ideas, and yeah, you did a lot of work on it. A lot of people did a lot of work on it, and it looks very well put together. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a team.
Yep.
Mr. Unger, then Mr. Clausen.
I just want to, and I know we'll talk about this during the budget part, but I want to remind people that we're adding $8 million to the LCAP above and beyond what we're getting from the state. And that demonstrates to me our commitment to the 3 things that I think we as a board have found important and have directed you as the staff to focus on, which are our academic achievement, our MTSS, and our culture of care. There's some things in here that I think are really important. I think, that the individual counseling, or the not individual counseling, that would be wrong. The commitment to have counselors at each of our elementary schools, for example, to increase counseling at our high schools and our middle schools. These are all things that work toward, I think, some of the things that Mr. Buckman is talking about. I think in terms of the phonics, I believe we'll be looking at that in 24, 25, when we really start our looking at our reading program. So that's all going to be really good stuff. This, to me, this document is so much, it's so much easier to read than the old document. I remember getting 120, 130 page document and trying to slog through it. I think this is much more understandable. And I think it really, there's been an attempt to draw the parallel, I guess, between this and our budget, which we'll be talking about, and the parent budget document that we're presenting as well tonight. So good job to everybody. I do have one question aside from the statement that I just made. Since next year is going to be our last year of this 3-year LCAP, do you have any thoughts about where we might be looking at going in 24, 25 and beyond?
Yeah, I do. There are several things, rather large items that will take place next year. As Mrs. Frost mentioned earlier, we're going to take a very close look at what things are really working, really making a difference for student achievement, student well-being, and ensuring that in some form they're in the LCAP moving forward. And then looking at those things that we can cut. You know, we have put a lot of things in during COVID that now we're starting to weed out, software programs and whatnot. I think we're going to take a close look at our MTSS model. You know, it served a purpose for 3 years. It'll be 3 years next year. And that was largely funded by COVID one-time monies for that purpose, right? We received the money for that purpose. And I think it's been effective. And I think the results are there in terms of student achievement, recovering, closing the gap, even our subgroups making more progress than our overall students. And then I think the next big thing is going to be the English language arts adoption, at least from the elementary perspective. It will be the English language arts adoption and retraining our teachers on the new curriculum. But more importantly, really, like, what does it mean to be a comprehensive reading teacher? Like, what does it mean to teach students phonics, to make sure that the science of reading stuff is in there? 60 to 70% of our elementary teachers have not gone through the Teachers College training, which is our current curriculum. And so we'll have an opportunity starting next June after we do the adoption, and probably in May of next year, we'll have the opportunity to then design that professional development, which will be several years. I think it won't be something that'll happen in a week's time in the summer, but those are just a couple of examples of.
And so really we'll be talking about folding those things into the LCAP in addition to the larger movement through the district. So in some ways, those would be district-wide goals, and then we'll be taking part of those and incorporating them into the LCAP. Is that kind of what you're?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think, you know, first best instruction, as is listed in that document, is one of the most important things. Research says if that's strong, that's how you keep kids out of interventions. That's how you keep children out of special education. And so this will be part of that effort to make sure that our first best instruction in the regular classroom is as good as it can possibly be.
Mr. Clausen.
Yeah, so first, just wanted to say that I think the whole program and the way you've documented and approached it is extremely thoughtful and powerful. So thank you. The question, or maybe it's a statement that I have, is, so when I go through the detailed LCAP budget and I try to tie it out to the 10-year budget, I have a really hard time mapping it and figuring out how it fits in. And maybe that's just a homework assignment I need to go do offline. But I guess when I look at the programs for next year and I look at the budget for next year, it seems like the programs are coming out of the state and federal funding areas, a lot of which have, you know, changed dramatically between 2022 and 23 and 23, 24. And I guess I just can't see how it maps. And coming from the perspective of really wanting to defend and support these programs,
Right.
I want to understand how they're budgeted and funded, you know,
Yep.
not just next year, but long term.
Yep.
And so I guess that's just maybe a comment on the two documents and trying to make them
Right.
map to each other.
Right.
So maybe just guidance on how I can cross that learning bridge.
Yeah. I think, like you said, that's where we can all sit down and kind of go over it, because it's very complex. And some of the items that you see in this document, like CTE, for example, are funded through separate grants and monies that we receive from the state and not technically part of the, you know, LCAP. There wouldn't be considered LCAP supplemental funding. They would be CTE. You know, there's one K-12 funds and things like that amount to a lot of money, but they're separate funds. And I think sitting down with Mr. Pinkerton and the team in instructional services, going over all these documents and how that budget ties into it, would be a valuable thing to do.
And actually, I think as part of our process, So you see Rick and I and Leslie up here doing these presentations, but Mr.
You need to be at the
Pinkerton
mic.
is very involved in the process as well. So months ago, we sat down, we're going through the budget. He's got the 10-year budget on his mind and really advises us on these funds are decreasing. What works, what are we trying to hang on to? What will we be able to hang on to over the years? So just know that Mr. Pinkerton is also part of those conversations as we're looking at our long-term budgets and what we think really works with our kids and we want to keep in the plan.
Thanks.
Ms. Doper Drew.
I like Mr. Clausen's idea. Part of it is being new. He hasn't heard some of the matchups yet. But also, I think also that it would be maybe well for us all to take a look at it the way he is with new, fresh eyes. And I think that's a good idea. I think I understand it over the past 2 years better. So part of it is, but he doesn't want to wait. I get that he doesn't want to wait until, have 2 years before he understands it. So yeah, that's a good endeavor. I support that one.
Shepherd? And
Yes.
I would just like to add one other piece that really hasn't been given a whole lot of conversation, but I've been thinking about it for the last several years, and that is the idea of mapping your goals, educational targets and goals to the budget. And what has really become a poison pill is when the state and the feds very astutely provided us with resources when COVID hit, but they provided it with one-time money. And to make matters worse, they put a deadline on how quickly you needed to spend it. And so there was no real thoughtful intention on mapping for sustainability purposes. It was put your finger in the dike, stop the tsunami. But unfortunately, the elephant in the room when you talk about this is whenever the state or the feds talk about one-time money, trustees, superintendents, business managers know that the end game is not too far away. So we've spent tremendous amount of time, as you've mentioned, very thoughtful LCAP, tremendously thoughtful job. I mean, I'm so impressed and proud of the work you guys have done on one hand. On the other hand, I sit back and I just fret over how easy it is from a political standpoint for the state and the feds to say, we're going to help you and give you one-time money. And even grants that were being given have a termination timeline, and the districts who take those monies are expected to find a way to make them sustainable with pre-COVID dollars. So I know, Mr. Clausen, you're new on our board. But you're a very, very smart and astute man. And what I want to say to you is when you look at the budget, when you examine and try to map out the things we're trying to do, and I believe we're doing really well, and they deserve sustainability and continuity. The story of California public schools is a story of short-sightedness and short-term political victories versus a long-term, thoughtful, sustainable model. And speaking as one superintendent in a public education system, I've been dealing with this for nearly 15 years, going back even further as a principal and as a teacher. And it's really frustrating that that when I look at the horizon, what I see is all of us having to tighten our belts at a time when the kids need sustainable programs. And so I too am interested in mapping sustainable commitments to programs and to supports for our kids. We've done a fantastic job of committing and investing in counseling, in extra intervention support. The things you see in that LCAP reflect that tremendous insight and effort. It's what the kids need, and I would argue more of the same as I look forward. The problem is the budget picture for us. In California, I look around me and I see districts giving double-digit raises when the accelerator on STRS, PERS, and healthcare is in double digits. And we're looking at one-time money. So I guess without raining on everyone's parade, what I want to say is, yeah, we need to pay attention to this. We need to be thoughtful. And let's not forget the board's goals from last year. One of the goals is to determine and ascertain what actually is working. Figure out what is actually making a difference in achievement and wellness. Figure that out. Put our focus and our resources there, because we're going to at some point need to make those tough decisions. And so until Californians are willing to commit to revisiting a more sustainable model under Prop 98, Prop 13, really looking at long-term commitments to public school funding, despite some of the narrative that's out there about how we're just showering money on public education. In some cases, I could see how that could be said, but it's one-time money. So the trick is sustainable resources over time aligned to these really important goals. And that's really where that conversation should go in terms of advocacy. And we haven't even begun to talk about what's happening in special education and all that that's about. So let's keep in mind the federal government mandates IDEA, which is an important and valuable policy in our country, but they're only funding 13% of the cost. 65% of the cost is being borne by us locally. And it's just simply not fair. And that's all I want to say tonight on that. Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Buckman and Mr. Overdrew.
Okay, so I think it's really important maybe, and it's, sorry. I think it's really important and maybe we're overlooking something. So when we talk about the LCAP, this is a fairly new process still. And my understanding, it was put in place and it's working well because it's giving us bottom-up information from the community, from students and staff on where they like to see the emphasis. And that's kind of new in the state of California. And I find it really exciting. And so when I look at this and, you know, the board has priorities and all that, but this is what our community, even our students are saying. Rick, you had talked, and I think it's even in this document, about the overlap or the same things showing up between students, staff, and parents. Can you?
In terms of feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do see common themes from year to year about what parents, students, staff want to see happening. Continue to do this. You know, we want to see that.
And can you, this last year, I think there were three or four that you mentioned.
You know, we'd have to pull up the documents from me.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Take a look at it, but yeah, definitely there's overlap and definitely people, you know, are seeing similar things from group to group.
And then I just want to backfill or support what Dr. Prater's saying. The last time I looked, for example, the state of New Jersey is giving just over $25,000 per student to support public education. The state of California is 13,000. We're not, you know, I mean, it's just, we're not doing it. So I just thought I'd throw that out.
Mr. Overdrew.
Yeah, so I guess like Mr. Clausen is aware that we had TK with no funding, things like that were thrown at us. And to another subject about the culture of care and measuring the programs that work, that's a little more of a seemingly slippery area. We have Youth Truth, California Kids surveys about how the kids feel, but what is the actions and reality of what's happening? I know that if we have less suspensions and expulsions, that would be one way. That's sort of a negative way, though, of determining. So how are we building more metrics into measuring the success of the culture of care?
I think there are quite a few metrics that are in there, and you referred to suspension, expulsion, attendance rates, that's what the state looks at to
Attendance rates,
see.
I remember that.
But, survey information is vital, asking kids how they feel about their school, whether or not they feel accepted, looking at the surveys that say that suicidal ideation is much higher in students who don't feel connected to their school, and especially in, groups like LGBTQIA, for example, then, the survey data would be one of the metrics we would use to determine
As
whether.
we already have, I realize that, but I'm just saying, in addition to that, are we working on new metrics? No?
Our sites, even our high schools, they'll sometimes survey their kids. I think it's really important that Mr. Mayfield mentioned attendance. And that's something that we've been talking
Yes.
about as a district. We've been talking about it
That's
with the
right.
County Office of Education
True.
and our principals. We want the kids to want to be here, right? And that really is a measure sometimes of the culture of the campus.
Mhm.
Feedback from the students. We have our student senate
Mhm.
that represents schools across our district. Monthly, they give us feedback as well as what's going on those campuses. So I think there are little things like that going on throughout the year that helps us measure, in addition to those much more public things like the Youth Truth, like California Healthy Kids Survey and suspension and expulsion.
And Ms. Dobler-Drew, I would like to add, that question you raised is super, super important. Because we have to get beyond the soft data of feeling and move towards drawing a correlation to achievement. And I believe the correlation to achievement has to do with kids' ability to have improved executive functioning skills, which means they're in the classroom, they're sticking with difficulty. They're able to work through challenges as a result of practices that are coming out of our culture of care initiative, which could look like check in, check out. I was at a Sinsheimer Elementary recently in a meeting, and they had several kids in a check in, check out program where they check in with the kids in the morning. They establish a daily set of goals on what their success would look like. They talk to the students about this. Then they connect those goals immediately with this classroom teacher. And in the ideal world, what would happen is that effort of checking in with that student and that student's teacher becoming aware of the daily goals and targets, and then that student actually engaging and finding success, whereas before they were blowing out.
Mhm.
All of a sudden now that child is learning how to read and write, and
That's
now
good.
they begin to thrive. And so I think the inexorable link between achievement should be our driving effort. But and that's why I think your question is so important, because if it's just about data about feeling, I feel better about being at school, or I feel included, I don't think that's enough. I think it has to shift towards I'm a successful student. I think the focus needs to change to achievement, because those are where the skills are developed,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
And so that's where I'm hoping we go.
Right. So in the area of attendance, we were going to flesh it out to be actual presence and awareness in the classroom that can be measured by the academic metrics
Yeah, I believe so.
and other
It
things.
would become more sophisticated. Our analysis would become more sophisticated. And I really look forward to it. And I think it's important we get there. But you can't pull away from the social emotional support when we know our kids are struggling mightily with executive functioning, not having an adult they connect with on campus. They feel disconnected, as Mr. Mayfield just said. And that's what the kids are saying in their kid voice.
Mhm.
As the adult, I'm thinking, this is our opportunity to connect it to learning. So how do we get that child who's feeling this way to actually engaging as a learner? And I think those metrics are there for us in the next 3-year LCAP is where I think this is heading. My opinion.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Buckman.
And if I can,
when we talk about survey and data from things like the California Healthy Kids Survey, I'm trying to think, I think the California Healthy Kids Survey, I think goes back to the 1980s. And the data has been pretty consistent. It's not one of those ones where they changed the metric from green and green to low and high. It's the same data. It's really been solid. And one of the questions that's asked is about ideation about suicide. And it's the increase has just been huge across the United States. Teen suicides are up, and it's hard data. I mean, it's not, we are getting hard data on culture of care. I mean, we have hard data. And so I'm excited that we're going to continue to work towards it. Thanks.
Hey, this sort of feeding into the budget here, the only comment I want to make are that one-time money and unfunded mandates are the real bugaboos, I think, of our jobs in public education. They touch on a lot of things. Bottom line is they touch on our students. People become very accustomed to programs, and when we have to pull them or grant, no matter how they're funded, federal dollars, state dollars, grant dollars, when they go away, it's hard for everyone to realize that it's because the money's no longer there. And this one-time money is it's really unfortunate. It's really, yeah, you're right, exactly. Mrs. Roger just said it's a blessing and a curse, so. Right, we will move on to the proposed.
So that was the first reading of the LCAP,
I know.
just so everyone knows, right? So, and then I get to follow with the first reading of the budget tonight. So, I'm going to big picture it a little bit, right? So I'll try to explain. You're going to learn, Mr. Clausen, during your term in office, what happens with education budgets. Because I think what's about to happen in the state of California is it's not going to be good. So in particular, a lot of state aid districts, so the districts that rely on the LCFF and state funding are going to get 10%, potentially even 8% next year. And then they're going to get cut dramatically 2-3 years after that is what's about to happen to them. And so it's an interesting dynamic. So remember, big picture, we are what's considered an LCFF district or a basic aid district, right? So the state pays a certain amount per student, right? A certain amount for a K-6 student, a certain amount for junior high, a certain amount for TK, I should say 6, a certain amount for middle school, a certain amount for high school kids. And then for us, because of our excess property tax, we get to keep that with us. Okay. So that's the amount of money that we receive. We also receive federal funds, state funds, local funds on top of that, which is kind of outlined in each of those areas inside the 10-year budget. Right. We have seen here at San Luis Coastal, since I've been in this job for 9 years, I mean, we were at $1.15 million over what we would receive as a state funded district. What you're going to learn from Katie today is that has dropped dramatically, right? Based on these huge increases that state funded districts have received over the this year, I should say, and then potentially next year. So it's hard for us too, because again, at this point of the year, this is total estimate, right? We estimate that our property taxes are going to increase by 3%, but we don't find that out until November of 2023. So we're doing this budget. I'm going to ask you to approve it on the 30th, and we really won't know for sure what the budget's going to be until November. So it's a little bit in arrears, right, as we go through it. On top of that, we have a state budgeting system called SACS, where all the money we get, we have to put in as revenues and as expenditures. So it shows this deficit kind of model throughout, when in reality, we know we're not going to spend every penny. We never do, right? Which is why we created the 10-year budget, because that's more of an accurate kind of look at where things are going to be, right? Dr. Prater stole my thunder a little bit, right? In that, yes, we have received a lot of one-time funds, right? And I've told this to the board. We had a staff member ask to include more people at our schools, right? And make no mistake, all the little things we could talk about, cutting travel, cutting conferences, cutting consultants, do all those things. We have a people issue. right? Our budget is people. It's 85% of our budget. And it's been lower the last couple of years because of all this excess one-time money. But if you look at the 10-year budget, you'll see really quick, we get to 85, 88, 89, right? Like it grows quickly. Part of that is because the state put stirs and purs on top of districts. So what was 7% per employee has grown to 19% for teachers, 23% growing to 24%, 25% for classified. Okay, on top of Social Security that we pay also for those employees. So you start to link the benefit cost, right, of people is a big piece of this pie that we have to deal with. We have added over this COVID time 70 classified staff. We have added 63 full-time equivalents, certificated staff to assist with all of these issues with COVID and helping and mental health and academics and interventions and MTSS and all those things. And that is just not going to be sustainable. Okay. And part of that is not, again, I'm hopeful that property taxes will be higher than we've estimated, right? I always try to stay kind of conservative in those estimates, right? Because you don't know for sure, but it'd be, hopefully they're higher than expected, right? And that will help with some of the deficit issues in those long-term years. But really, when we talk about next year, sitting down with the board and what you're talking about, kind of breaking it down, we need to do that all year next year. So we have the lowest class sizes we've ever had. Teachers don't like combination classes in elementary school. We have probably the fewest we've ever had. So we've added staffing to ensure those things, right? Does that have an effect on student achievement? We're going to have that discussion next year, right? Because that's a big piece of it. Intervention programs, right? MTSS, AITs, we added AIDS. The state has forced us to add an entire grade level TK, right? That is an intervention for our kids. They're getting a whole 4-year-old year in education, right? What is the impact of that on kids? We need to ask that question. What is it doing to help, right? $0 for that. So it's, I think 12 teachers next year, an aide in every class, right? You start to compound that. Despite all of these interventions that we're doing, our special education numbers are growing. How can that be? How can we have so many tier 2, so many things happening for kids that we have more kids SST'd, more kids assessed? So that is something that we have to look at because our maintenance of effort in that area of special ed is growing. And it's not just us. It's the same thing in Lucy and Mar. It's the same thing in Paso Robles, Tascaro, other school districts, right? But it's kind of alarming when you think about the amount of things that we've done to get kids back on track, and those numbers are still growing. So again, all big things. And so, when Rick talks about, again, first time instruction in the classroom, these new adoptions, those are critical for our school district, right? So that is, the classroom teacher with kids, that's where the magic needs to happen for the most part, right? Like that is where it needs to happen. So again, Katie is going to go over this presentation today. She did the best she could with the information she had. On Friday, when we posted this agenda, the governor came out with a May revise. Right. So we knew that he was planning on cutting the instructional materials and block grant. We got $4 million in June of last year and $6 million in expanded learning opportunities funds, not ELO, but other one-time funds. So $10 million, right? $10 million that our employees looked at and went, what? Are you kidding me? How come we're not getting those dollars, right? Well, guess what? He just said on Friday that he wants to take half of the 4 million away and at least a third of the 6 million. So roughly $4 million of the 10, he is planning on asking the state legislator to approve, right? Like today, the LAO, so the Legislative Analyst Office, came out and said the governor's, his numbers are not good. They have a 2/3 chance that what he says in the May revise won't happen, that it will be far worse than what he's saying. In fact, by 26, 27, they predict that the state will have gone through the entire $41 billion in their special fund reserve based on the current budget and spending plan. So think about what that's going to mean for state funded districts over the next 2 years, right? When right now they're telling them, hey, you're going to, and I get what he did. He cut the one-time funds, but gave school districts 8.22 COLA, right? So increased their funding. So your state funded, our state funded peers, they're not going to cry about the one-time funds, right? Because they just got 8% ongoing increase in their state funding. Will that remain? Will it stay 8.22? Will there be deferrals where because the state, what they do is they will take back some of that money that they give, right? Or they won't give it to you for another year. And so this is, Brian, where it's going to be interesting from a budget standpoint to see, you're going to see the roller coaster that happens with state education funding, right? And it's all based on taxes, the amount of taxes that they move forward. And really the governor doesn't have a good picture of it because the state expanded the tax deadline until October. So they really don't even know what their revenues are going to be, right? And so there's just a lot of issues coming forward. So we're fortunate that we do have a pretty good idea of kind of where our budget is and where it's headed, right? I do think that, again, if I was a betting person, I would say that our property taxes will be higher in November than they are now, but from a conservative standpoint, we'll see. There is zero indication that Diablo Canyon is going to pay us more money through unitary tax. There's no, I know it's in the paper. They talk about 5 years, 20 years, those types. There is zero discussion right now that I've heard anything from anyone that says that those unitary tax revenues are going to come back to us. So that's kind of, aspect of it that we just don't know, right? Yeah.
So I have a question about Diablo. So one of the things that we've been thinking a lot about is the depreciation of the plant. Can you talk to me about that and what that might look like in the future as it relates to our tax revenues?
So, and again, that's kind of the unitary tax aspect of it. There's nothing in these dialogues or things that I've been reading or talking about, these articles that come out that says that, all of a sudden Diablo is going to be worth more. So are they going to work out some type of agreement to not pay unitary tax or keep it low, or, what's happening behind the scenes? I have absolutely zero idea about, between PG&E, the state, the feds, different groups. So it's just unknown, right? So I've been given a depreciation schedule for the next 3 years. So that's what we have to go off of, is that what we've been given, right? What the known depreciation of the plant's going to be. So again, it remains to be seen what's going to happen overall with property values. We know the property values are higher through our group. I think the county's catching up, right? So overall, it's a positive thing. On top of that, I will tell you, the feds, and you talked with Katie, they're actually talking about to balance the federal budget, taking back the COVID funds that states haven't spent. So they're talking about taking back any unspent COVID funds. So for us, that's about $1.3 million of one-time funds. So it's again, it's this unknown kind of roller coaster a bit, right? We do our best to kind of plan and put forth together, but in the coming years, it's going to be a people issue, right? Because a lot of that ties to working conditions, the amount of kids in my class, right? The amount of assistance we receive. Now we have added a lot of staff. Part of that 60, I will tell you, is food service workers. And that is a program that pays for itself. So that I think 20 some, employees out of those classified workers is something that is from generating revenue, right, for the school district. So that, those aren't like added costs from that standpoint. But again, the people part of it will be tough. And then again, for our employees who are now seeing their peers around them make as much or more than San Luis Coastal, which has never been the case in our tenure, your tenure as a board, right? That's a new thing. And so there's going to have to be some, with our labor negotiations as well, having conversations about class size and costs. And do you want to get paid more? Do you want better working conditions? Like those are all things that we're going to have to have conversations about as we move forward into the future, right? And so all of that said, when I look at the 10-year budget, it's way better than it was 5 years ago when we first found out that Diablo Canyon was going to was going to shut down, right? So again, it's my goal tonight is not to have the black. I didn't wear black on purpose today, right? Even though Katie's wearing black. It is just to, again, not to freak anybody out. We will handle this. We will do as we always have, right? As the board has always done, right? This isn't the first time we've had budget issues. We've had concerns that we've had to deal with, right? So we will plan accordingly, make decisions moving forward. And so we are looking at keeping the same level of support that we've had over the past few years in this next budget, which means we're looking at a pretty hefty 1-year deficit next year. Spending the one-time dollars that are going to fall to our budget, right? The $7 million that are going to fall to the bottom line this year in 2023, spending those next year to keep those programs going. Okay. And that's kind of what the 10-year budget will show you, right? If you take a look at it. So I'm going to now stop and let Katie take over and review her presentation, which kind of breaks this down in a little bit more detail. But I did want to give you kind of that big overarching view of what's happening in the state, the feds right now. And it's for our state funded districts that have given huge raises and potentially going to get this big COLA, that life could get really bad for them really quickly over the next few years. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this out, all along with around our entire county declining enrollment. I mean, CMR, I just looked, they had over 10,000 kids. I just looked at their 8,800 kids. I mean, like throughout. And so for a state funded district that's based on attendance and seats, that is dramatic decreases, right, for them. So it's an interesting time in terms of education, kind of what's going to move forward. So big quick.
Yes, so I'm gonna ask a question that probably, Katie, you can just answer in the context of your presentation, but I'll just say it now and you can probably speak to it. So when I look at the 10-year budget, the specific things that stood out to me, this year's federal revenues 10.4, next year's 3.3, so we lose 7 there. This year's state 22.9, next year's 13.4, so we lose 9 there. So that's 16 million. I guess my specific questions when you go through that, do we actually expect a bunch of that to come back and it's just not in the budget yet? Or is that a real $16 million drop? And I'll let you do your presentation, but
all of the above.
Cool.
It's a combination of things.
Okay.
When we get to the 10-year and pull that up, then I'll go over that detail so we can see the line item, so everybody seeing what you're looking at. But yeah, it's a combination of everything that's going on. So
They're going to see it. And they're going to see this one.
oh, I thought you had that. Oh, there. Error. Okay. All right. So the first, let's see. There. Okay. So the first slide that we have right now, as Ryan mentioned, we do an estimated actuals. And we have our beginning balance, and that was what we started the school year, July 1st with 24 million. Our estimated revenues to come in this year is 140 million, and that is revenues that we will be receiving this year. It's not revenues carried over from the prior years. That's actual anticipated revenues. And then our expenditures is 144 million. So you can see that we're expecting to have a deficit of 3.6 million. That is, our best guess at this moment. That is taking into account payroll through, I think I looked at payroll through May 10th. So it included the May mid-month payroll, and then tried to extrapolate out for the rest of May and June. But what we can't predict are time card costs, hourly staffing, substitute staff, any other kind of non-position wage. We do our best to estimate that, but with summer school coming and things like that, right now that's an estimate. Other things that could change this 3.6, maybe to the better, is we have a lot of funds that are encumbered, particularly in our BG&T department, because they have open POs so that they can go and buy supplies as they need on a daily basis. But we close those POs in June, and we open new ones starting July 1st. So whatever isn't used in June would be released back in to the bottom line of the budget. So that number could shift a little bit. I'm pretty confident that we would definitely deficit spend about $2 million, bringing us down, if we did the 3.6 to 20 million. I think it'll be somewhere between 20 million and 18 to 20 million would be how we're going to end the current year. Our projected budget, as that rolls forward, we expect to bring in $127 million. Now you're going to go 140 to 127. Okay, that looks a little different. Part of that is we are taking a cut, as we talked about. In this budget, it has a cut of 2.5 million for the arts and music block grant. Also in here is when we have federal dollars, and this is what would be reflected in the 10-year, if we receive $1 million of Title I funding, but we don't spend 100,000 of it, the 100,000 goes into the next year's budget, and then we increase the revenue by 100,000. So you'll see every interim as we get updated award letters, as we figure out what our final carryover is, our revenue will bump up slightly. Also, we don't include donations because those aren't guaranteed dollars. So we don't include donations in this, any sales of equipment. So there's a lot of dollars that aren't guaranteed that are not necessarily in the projected budget. But as we receive those dollars every interim, we will update that. The expenditures, however, that number is pretty accurate. They are people. 85% of that is people, salary, benefits. Go
So
ahead.
this is
You
the
gotta
weird
jump
part
in.
that I was trying to explain, that the SACS is going to show you that we have a $2 million budget deficit. And then I'm going to show you on the 10-year budget that it's very different than this, right? So it's just a dynamic in terms of this educational budgeting that happens.
Yeah, I should preference this. These slides are based on the SAC software, what we submit to the county office to get them to approve our LCAP and our budget. It also is what is in goes to the state. The 10-year is more of a projection of where we think we will be, not taking into SAC's the restrictions that we have to present. So all said and done, we're looking at a $4 million deficit next year. That's not a terrible thing. We are carrying over one-time dollars that we know are going to help us get through that $4 million deficit. And you'll see that in the 10-year. It just doesn't look, again, for the SAC software purposes, it looks a little different here. Some key things, 3% property tax increase. We talked a little bit about that, Ryan did. We only project 3% on secured taxes and a certain portion of the unsecured. And that was at the guidance of the county auditor's office. They give the taxes in November, all of the different property tax components that go into our total allocation. But when we're projecting, we keep everything flat, but those two particular allocations. Transportation funding is included in the 23-24. A couple meetings ago, we talked about our projected transportation reimbursement. It's also included in the 22-23. We expect to see those funds for 22-23 in the beginning of July, because they are based on the prior year's unaudited actuals. So 22-23 is funded based on what we spent in 21-22 and then going forward. ESSER funds, we have 1.7 we're estimating to carry over into next year. And that was, like Ryan mentioned, the feds are saying that they would take back those funds. We'll make sure they don't get them back. If that's how it's, we can do changes to make sure that they're spent. We won't give them back. No. And so those are the major takeaways. Special ed, for the special ed revenues, we get COLA on that, and the County Office of Education gives us our estimates, and they'll be coming up out with those. Right now, we've just budgeted flat based on last year, but we know there'll be a COLA attached to it somewhere in the area of 8% if everything goes like the May revise has indicated. On this slide, it just shows us a breakdown of how we receive our revenues, 73% property taxes. We get some local revenue, state revenue, federal revenue. We're seeing the state and federal revenue decline over time as the COVID funds and any other one-time dollars are expiring, spent, or taken back. The next slide is where I think people are very interested to see. So we are a basic aid district, and every interim or probably every interim we do an LCFF calculator. It calculates, we put our enrollment, we put our free and reduced EL, homeless and foster youth percentage in there. We put our ADA in the calculator, and it calculates out if we were an LCFF district, what would we receive based on the 3 different base fundings for TK through 3rd, and then you do 4th through 8th, and then 9th through 12th. And then there's some supplemental funds in there, concentration, if you're a district with 55 and older, or not older, 55% or higher, free and reduced concentration funds. So if all of that, if we were to come out, we would be entitled to $87 million. For our property taxes right now, we're estimating 90 million. That difference is only 3.1. It's a little too close for comfort. But that is right now at what would happen is if they continue, which we don't think will happen, but if they continued to give 8%, in a year or 2, we would no longer be basic aid. We would then be an LCFF district. It doesn't mean we would be getting less money. It just changes how our money comes in. The LCFF, when I did this, was based on 8.13%, but now it's looking like from the May revise, the governor is hoping to give 8.22%. So it's about another $71,000 would reduce that difference by $71,000, or this equates to $439 per student difference between what we receive from what we would receive from the state and what we do in property taxes. So it's gotten very tight over the years with these 10%. Well, no, it was 13% COLA 2 years ago, 13%, 8%, and another 8%. It's just stacked up in the last few years. Some of the highlights when building the budget, salaries, they included step and column and the 3% negotiated COLA. STRS, they came out and they're leaving the STRS rate at 19.10%. That's been pretty static for the last 3 years. PERS, however, is increasing to 26.68%. That's an increase this year of a little over 1%, which is lower than last year. Last year was closer to 3%, so a little bit better. And then the ESSER 3, which is the COVID funding, we have staff, remaining staff in there that supports the MTSS and AIT staffing. So they are in the ESSER 3, and any other multi-year grants were included. And here is a breakdown of how our expenditures are broken out. Staffing is still the biggest piece. During COVID times, we did see more in other services and operating expenses and supplies, but again, as those dollars are expiring, that number is shrinking. The LCAP budget, Rick and Diane, they went over the entire LCAP, their goals, and then we tie that back to the budget. The LCFF calculator gives us a baseline of a minimum, we'll say, of what we need to spend for supplemental, which was a little over 6 million, maybe 6.2 million. And we have 8.2 million of services dedicated in the LCAP. Getting back to the expenditure tracking, we do take all of the goals that are listed in the LCAP in the document, where you would see the goal 1, action 1, and then goal 1, action 2, and all of those different actions. We track that by discretionary codes. So the first 4 numbers, the 3910, That's the first set of goals. The second would be 39,220, and the third would be 39,30. And then we do the second set of numbers, tracks the individual actions. And our budget gets tied out to we build the budget to tie out to the LCAP, and then the auditors do request invoices that were coded to these codes to time out so that you can see that it all aligns to what we say we're going to do. And then I believe that Rick has to write to any major areas that were not fulfilled, where we allocated dollars and they were not spent, and we move them around where needed within a 10% margin we're allowed to. And finally, we have the reserve. We currently are maintaining a 10% reserve. So we have required a 3%, which would be 4.3 million. And then we have another 7%, so total 14 million for our 10% reserve. I believe that is the last slide. 10-year.
So big picture too, the board, for the board to know, we did a strategic plan probably 9 years ago, right? Where the board put together this plan, $6 million to do all these great extra things for kids. It was called the initiatives, right? Strategic initiatives. So the board did an LCAP before there was an LCAP, right? And kind of set that up, was moving forward. And so a lot of things that we currently have in our LCAP are things that came along with that, right? That we're still, you know, counselors and support staff and all those things were kind of part of it. So it was kind of easy to create much of the LCAP because we were already kind of doing those things, right? And it wasn't special money that came to the district. It was money we already had, you know, in terms of tying in. So I'm going to just quickly jump into the 10-year. What you'll see with the 10-year, and this is kind of goes to Mr. Clausen's questions, right? Like this, all of a sudden these drops in revenue. And a lot of that is because of the one-time dollars getting pushed into out years, and then all of a sudden they're gone, right? For example, and most of those Katie has put in blue, she's outlined in blue in terms of revenues with the 10-year budget, right? But, you know, really the core of our funding is this property tax, you know, that we receive because we're a basic aid school district. We do receive EPA funds still and minimum state aid, which brings us to our projected LCFF/property tax increases next year of $94,078,000. Again, some special ed tax revenue that we receive as well gets us to 97. As you go through, you can see some of the CARES Act funds. Again, for this year, some of those dollars will not be spent, right? Those are going to fall the bottom line. And then what you'll see is, you know, eventually Katie will move those in next year in terms of this budget as the budget's approved as we move forward, right? So that's why there's a big draft along the front. Again, things like the educator effectiveness grant, we received $2 million. Well, that's a 5-year grant. So yeah, it shows up, the 2 million is in our revenue budget. It shows up as 2 million spent in SACs, when in reality, we know we're going to spend 200,000 of it. So that means 1.8 is going to fall the bottom line, right? And we're going to, that's where the SACs is different than the 10-year, right? In terms of looking at it. So for us, we see those dollars just fall all the way to the bottom line. And then we measure the reserves, right? As we move forward, going through. Again, Katie did take out, you'll see the 8.5 million there in one-time block grants. So based on the recommendation of the County Office of Education, you know, we weren't going to get our second revenue source of the instruction materials, arts and material block grant, right? So she took that 2 million out. And then on Friday, we learned that they've decided to take even more out, right? So again, we won't know for sure until June, the reality of what those potentially will be, right? So, you know, I'm going to be asking you to approve a budget in May, right? That we're not going to know for positive as we move forward, but that's why over the course of the year, you get unaudited actuals. We do first interim, we do second interim, we do this budget, right? It's an ongoing document that continues to move throughout. We still receive our Diablo Canyon settlement funds. At the very bottom, you'll see kind of this hit back up in terms of potential deficits in the future. Well, that's because those Diablo Canyon funds end that year, right? Substantially. In the long term, our property taxes make up for that potential loss, right? As we go through it. You know, when you have $139 million budget, $140 million, and you have a 10% reserve, that's $14 million. Like because of all those ongoing one-time revenues, ongoing funds, right? It's meant that our reserves had to grow. Katie's had to try to, make that, ensure that we keep that 10% reserve moving forward. And so again, that reserve then drops to 12.5 million the following year, right? So that's something to, take into consideration as we are looking at this. Again, you take these first in terms of expenses, this is where the dollars lie: certificated, classified, and benefits, right? Again, I underestimated the purse. It was actually over 26% per person, right? But that's substantial amounts of dollars, right? That you'll see increase dramatically over the time of this budget, as salaries go up, as we pay people more. And so that has to be accounted for as we go through it. So again, at the very bottom line, surplus deficit there, you're going to see that number is going to drop some. Because if we lose another 1.8 million in this one-time funds that the governor is going to take away potentially right in June, that overall $7.8 million that falls to the bottom line could reduce to 6, right? That said, very healthy reserves at the end of this year, right? Knowingly, though, we are going to enter into next year where, again, we're keeping all of these programs. We're spending down the one-time funds, spending down that reserve, still maintaining our 10%, still maintaining, kind of where we're at in terms of the future, right? And so that actually for the next 3 years, we look like in pretty good shape overall, right? When you're talking about $130 million budget and you're 500,000 off, like that's, or 50,000 off, that it's a very small percentage of your overall budget, right? Things that we can account for, deal with as we move forward. It's that third year out where you start to, again, that Diablo Canyon drops, the property taxes drop, right? That's also going to be a year where, we're going to be in negotiations that year. So over the next 2 years, we have some work to do with our budget, with where we're at, having discussions with our staff, preparing for where we're at. My hope is that, again, property taxes come in higher in November, that number drops dramatically, right? So if it's, 5%, another 2% of $90 million is 1.8 million. So that would drop 1.8 million, right? And those two columns of negative 500,000, negative 49 are going to be positives at that point, but we won't know that until November. So, it's kind of planning accordingly, right, as we move forward. But definitely next year, you've heard me talk about it. I think we need to take a year-long look at everything that, budget wise, different programs, talk about how they affect student achievement or not, and it will be I don't look forward to that because people have ownership of their programs, of what they do, right? And so it'll be a very difficult conversation to have. But at some point for me, I'm going to go into my budget mode and I'm going to go to a dollars and cents part of it where we have to balance the budget, right? I can't have a negative budget long-term. So, those are tough decisions that I don't have any problem making or assisting the board in making decisions and the superintendent, right? But they will not be easy. It will not be easy. So, Mr. Clausen.
Okay, well,
Sorry.
before we open it up to the board, I'd like to go to the public. And is that the end of your presentation? Mr.
Yes,
Kingston?
yes.
Okay, I'd like to go to
And
the
again, this is a
public.
first reading.
Right,
We'll be
I
back.
understand. Get to do it all over again.
Yes.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to address the board at this time? Okay, I have Mr. Clausen and Mr. Buckman.
Could you bring up the
Yeah,
tentative
of
budget again?
course, absolutely.
So this is a clarifying question,
Mhm.
but if you go back to the revenue page.
Yep.
And you go to the federal and state areas,
Mhm.
it's showing we have 10.4 million in federal revenue this year and
Mhm.
3.3 next year. And then down below, you've got 22.9 going to 13.4 on the state level. What I thought I heard you say was that there's money we were granted this year that we didn't spend. That shows up as revenue this year, and if we carry it forward, it also shows up as revenue next year, but it's not in there yet.
Both. So, for example, things like Title I. That was where I used the example, we may get $1 million, but we only spend 900,000. So we have 100,000 left. It will fall to the bottom line when we're doing our close, and then in the following year, it'll carry over and we'll recognize the revenue, and it's called deferred revenue, we're
Right.
deferring it, okay? So that's one type of scenario that happens. Our COVID funds, you'll see in the current year, we had to recognize 6.3 million. But we are spending a lot of that down, and we only estimate we're going to have 1.7 left when this year is done. But we don't recognize those because, again, they're federal revenues. We defer them until next year. So you don't recognize them until after you close the book.
That makes sense. So I guess my question is, how much deferred revenue do we have that we're not reflecting next year yet, but that we can
About
assume will be there?
close to, I'd say 7 million.
So it's the net.
Yeah, and there, how much was, can I go back? up?
Yeah, of course.
Let me see how much of the one time. Yeah, maybe not quite the 7 million, maybe closer to 5 million, because we do have the one-time funds that are state funds that are
DLI grant, educator effectiveness grant.
So-
well, or just even yeah, those grants, and then the expanded learning. Right now, I only cut 2.5 out of the 10 million of the one time. I might have to cut a little bit more, based on what we heard Friday. So that would take that 7 million down even lower. So
So when earlier I was saying we go down by 16 across those two categories, you're saying there's really at least 5 that's carried forward. So that 16 is really 11-ish.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks. That helps a lot.
No, we don't like to,
Sure.
one of the things when you're building a budget in education is you never include what we call carryover funds or deferred revenue, because you haven't closed your books. So the example I used earlier today was, I'm a site, I'm given Title I funds and I'm given general fund dollars to spend. And as a site, I'm trying to balance and spend them appropriately. But let's say I overspend my general fund by $3,000, but I left 5,000 of Title I funds. What we do when we're closing the books is we take those expenditures that are appropriate and can be used with title funds, and we move them in there, because sites don't always know what they can use their title funds on, or they're just busy. That, fiscal is a small piece of everything that the site secretaries do every day. So sometimes it just gets miscoded in the process. So that's where fiscal goes in, scrubs the data, and can move it and try to spend down those title funds. So that's why we don't count them into the next year. With that being said, something like educator effectiveness, Diane had to do a plan. She brought it to the board. It was $2 million roughly. We knew we were going to do. We, remember.
Teacher induction program.
Okay. The TIP program, we knew we were going to allocate to that plan, plus a few other things. So I used some of that money to build the budget, but again, not all of it. It was an estimate of, okay, this is how much the TIP program is. I'm out of the 2 million we received this year. I only budgeted like 250,000 next year, even though I know a lot more will hit the bottom line. And so that is the difference between, again, what he's saying with the 10 year versus what I have to put in the state software.
All right, so just to conclude that then, if in my mind, I'm seeing the state and federal funding decrease by roughly 11 million, that's generally an accurate thought process for me to have.
Yes.
Okay,
And then
thanks.
what happens in September is I will break down where we had all of the deferred revenue that we're carrying over into the next year. So you can see exactly what funds we carried over and what program.
And change the
Thanks.
10-year accordingly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, I have Mr. Buckman, then Mr. Banfield.
Thanks. First of all, thanks to Katie for spending some time with me today. I always learn so much. So one of the things that I think I learned today is that this is all mush because none of it seems solid. And so it really changed the way I was looking at things. So I have just a couple of maybe bigger questions, more general than the line item questions that I had. And Ryan, I understand the situation that you're in on Diablo, and I get that. But if it were, I guess the one scenario that I didn't quite hear was if it does open and it gets taxed the way it was, right? Unitary tax. And we go back to just the last number that we had, that's another,
I don't know that that's the case.
if,
There's
that's why,
no information has told me that that's going to happen.
so, but if that were to happen,
Be
because
fantastic.
there's a bill that was approved that allows it to happen. Right? SB, I can't remember the bill number, but if it were to happen, and we just went back to the last time we got unitary tax, and I don't know how you do this, but you build maybe another 10-year scenario based on that it does happen, that might be interesting, because in my gut, I think it's going to happen.
So I would be very, I mean, that would be very unconservative of me to put that together. I would tell you, like, I don't. So again, I don't know that they're just going to say PG&E devalue the plant to what it is. And yet, hey, that used car that's worth 3,000 now, go ahead and drive it for 5 more years.
Huh.
But only pay unitary tax on the 3,000 that it's useful for, right? Now, if they put $200 billion into Diablo Canyon and make it better or do something, okay, maybe they'll revalue the plant, they'll bring the depreciation up again. Like, I don't know that that's going to happen.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's nothing that's telling me at this point in time that will happen.
And so from my perspective, I'm seeing an article in the Tribune and PG&E's going to go from vertical storage to horizontal storage. That's a huge investment on their part. So,
We'll see.
I think there may be just as much, and I
Yeah.
understand,
Oh, no,
I understand your position.
I want to be hopeful, but I want to be, I just, until the board knows that for sure. Because it seems like every other month, it's a different article about how now they're going to sue and not open it or try to keep it closed. Or
I
there's
understand.
different things that go,
I
5 years, 20 years. Like,
We'll
there's
we'll
just
do a
lot
side bet
unknown.
using restricted dollars, my restricted dollars against your unrestricted dollars, and we'll see what's going on. And
We could reach out to the county. I doubt they'll have any.
No, I know,
information,
yeah.
But we could ask them.
it's okay.
Because we don't get detail on unitary, so to try to
But-
project what it was.
Well, we know what it was.
We kind of know.
Well, we kind of
Yeah,
know,
we
but I
know.
mean, there's other factors in there besides just Diablo, so we would just have to take what it was depreciated, what it
Yeah.
went,
It's
taxes
okay.
went down.
It's just a thought. It's
Yeah.
okay. It's,
Ask in November. when we
Yeah.
talk, so.
I think it's reliable, but that's okay. You know, I'm one of those guys with an old car, so I get
Yeah.
I get the concept, or I used to be.
I hope so.
So the other, one of the big things, one of the other bigger items for me was, I'm looking at Chromebooks.
Mhm.
I'm looking at, I don't know, it's almost $800,000 to
Yeah.
replace Chromebooks. I'm kind of remembering that we bought Chromebooks not too long ago.
Mhm.
I've had some discussions with Jeremy. It seems
Yeah.
like the Chromebooks were not, I thought they were, whoa, that's a really good deal. But now I'm wondering about,
They're not as good as they used to be. So yeah,
Okay.
new Chromebooks are about $440, I think, a piece. Right? And they used to be 180, 190, even
Yeah,
200,
okay.
right? So the cost has gone up dramatically, I would say, for that, right? And I mean, in today's world now with our kids, the expectations, all kids have a Chromebook,
Yeah.
right, moving forward. So what we talked about, and again, this has been very detailed out about the biggest issue is really, again, state testing and when they have a kill date, right, on Chromebooks,
yeah,
where they don't update them anymore. So the ones that we're looking at purchasing will be 7 years. So I think 2030, right, is kind of what we talked about for that. So our goal is to work in a plan where we give all the 7th graders and potentially even 8th grade for this year a new Chromebook that they keep with them throughout their education.
because it's so, okay.
So that, and then kind of, every 7th grade, we would give all the new 7th graders new Chromebook, new 7th graders new Chromebook, kind of on a yearly basis to kind of make that happen. In the meantime, we're gonna have to work that out, right? How to kind of, do that at the elementary sites. They have one-to-one, but it's in the classroom. Kids don't take them back and forth. And so there's probably a way for us to do some computer lavish types of things where kids could, not everyone has to take, the old computer labs, right, that they used to have.
Wow.
Right. And so something to where at least there's a certain number of machines on the campus where they could do testing with and,
Yeah.
kind of go that route. Right.
And so
But it's expensive.
yeah, and so, I mean, what I was looking at, and Jeremy and I talked about was, it's not just the cost of the physical, right? It's the staff time to gather them up. It's the staff time to check them. It's kind of like you get suckered into buying something for cheap. And now you're stuck with the system. And so the next time you have to, yeah, okay. Anyway, I was disappointed with that. Yeah, it's like buying a Fiat. Oops.
It's still way
Did
cheaper
I say
than
that
an
into
Apple,
my
right?
microphone? Oh, jeez. I just was so disappointed when I really started to understand how SACS was built and how, I spent my time going through it, and it's mush. I mean, it's really hard. But one of the things, Katie, if you could talk to me again about restricted and unrestricted funds, because that seemed to make a big difference in how I looked at it.
Unrestricted funds do not have any strings attached. They're mostly our property taxes, donations. There's a little bit of mom money that we get reimbursement for administrative time through Medi-Cal.
Some state aid.
Yeah, and a little bit of state aid, and those are all unrestricted dollars. We can spend them on staffing, on Chromebooks, on anything we want to spend it on. And then with the caveat that 8.9 million goes to supplemental services. Then our restricted budget is Title I, lotteries, any CTE funding. It's any type of grant that we get that has a purpose of how we're going to spend it.
Oftentimes a plan.
A plan. I was just gonna say that. And a plan. We brought you a lot of plans last year because, when LCFF started, it was give local control. Here's all this local money. And now we're going back to categorical. So when I started in 2007, I had 54 categoricals, and we were really happy to see them go away in 12, 13. And now we are creeping back that way with all of these one-time funds that come in categorically and just more grants that they're adding. So those are the differences. Restricted money sometimes comes in for multiple years. And then that's when we say, when we have to budget it, SACS will give me a coding error, especially in federal restricted monies, that if it comes in and we say we're not going to spend the whole million, but we let some fund fall to what we call the fund balance, I'll get an error. Restricted money has to net to zero in the SACS software, and that is how the accounting system is structured. But that's why we do the 10-year to show kind of the reality is it's not necessarily the reality of how we recognize the funds in the accounting world, but it's the reality of what's happening.
So for me, when I was trying to understand this, it's the term, it's like the unrestricted fund is almost the known solid number.
Yes.
And the restricted is kind of the mushy number.
Probably,
or mushier.
70% of it, maybe even more actually, because we know we're going to get CTE funds. We just never know. For example, you did ask about the 1.1 million in CTE funds versus the 450. So I looked into that. We typically get 450 to 500,000. It varies a little bit, but we had a lot of carryover from the prior year. And so that is what made it look really high, and then it drops. And then if we don't spend all of that million in this year, then at September, we will up again we'll up the 23-24 budget. But we know that we're going to get the same amount for special education. We know we're going to get approximately the same amount for lottery. So there are some that are fixed, but then there are the one-time or multi-year grants sprinkled in.
Okay. I did a search. I did a search for legal lawyers and just for fun. And nothing came up. So
Yes.
can you talk to, so we're getting all that for free, right?
Absolutely. The
Yeah,
lawyers
okay, okay.
especially. No, so what SACS does is they look at major in their accounting structure, major object codes. So for legal auditors, professional services, they all roll up to what's called 5,800 object. And so in SACS, you'll find 5,800. But what we are given as a district, the ability to do is take the last two digits. So we'd have 58. And for example, our attorneys are, I believe, is 72. So 5872 in our actual financial system is how we track attorney costs. Our auditors have their own object code. So we get very granular in the accounting system. But when SACS and the CDE want to see the information, they want it all rolled up into one number. And so you can't tease it out in the SACS software, but at any point in time, if it's a category that we get granular on in the financial system, we can give a number.
Okay, so we just, okay. And then just lastly, there was a line item that there was no title. There was a reference code.
Yeah.
And then there was, I don't know, $400,000. I don't know, it was a lot of money.
$60,000 or 242,000.
Okay.
And it was, what happened is, during COVID, Medi-Cal, the county said, we're no longer going to recognize that as a federal revenue or federal resource. We're going to recognize it as a local restricted. And I'm not really sure the reasoning behind that. But when I went to do the budget this year, or I was in SACS, I kept getting this warning, like where, and so when I reached out to the county, because I was unaware of this change that happened, she said, oh yeah, a few years ago that changed. I'm like, oh, well, we haven't changed that. It's still the same dollars. It's just how we're accounting for it, but SACS isn't recognizing it as Medi-Cal when we use the resource 5640. So now we're using the resource 96. I think, or something. And so that will drop off and then you won't even see the Medi-Cal anymore because it's all considered local.
I was
Yeah.
kind
So
of
that
hoping,
was just,
I thought, I was hoping, I was
yeah.
kind of hoping you would say it's a ghost account or,
Yeah,
I don't know,
not so
something
much.
spooky. Okay, and then the other thing is, I think I just figured out a use for the Chromebooks. So the old Chromebooks. So Katie and I were talking and I asked her, and she said, well, it's a good thing we have that because the county's computer system or whatever crashed, and kudos to our staff because they had to rebuild everything they had done for the last week or whatever. They had to rebuild it.
The day, yeah.
Yeah, a day, but whatever, it lost it. So maybe we could just loan the Chromebooks to the county. I don't know. Anyway, I just want to thank you guys because
It is not Jeremy though. I want to point that out right here.
Yeah, it's not
This is
Jeremy.
COE.
Yeah, it's not.
Them on blast.
And it's, it's just like, I deal my little checkbook and I keep thinking that I understand this year after year and I just learn more. So thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Banfield, then Mrs. Roger.
Well, my hat's off to you folks. I realize now that I know less than I did when we started this meeting. I am such at an elementary level, pardon the pun, but it is intended. I have two takeaways. Number one, efficiency and fiscal responsibility go hand in hand. Sentimentality and fiscal responsibility do not. That's one thing I've understood. The other thing is what you said, Dr. Prater, regarding the deadlines for using this one-time money. It can indeed promote reckless or thoughtless spending if it's not properly managed. So that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Roger.
Okay. Hello,
You're on.
I'm on. Okay. I was so enthralled by what Mr. Banfield had to say. I may have forgotten the question. Well, I remember. At the time that we decided that we wanted every child to have a Chromebook that they could take home, and we wanted everyone to have internet access, to have hotspots. I was under the impression that we developed a sinking fund for replacement of those devices. We did not.
We didn't. Yeah.
It's in the LCAP. That's your sinking fund.
Okay. So
I mean, it's a line item in the budget. ongoing.
Okay, so that is a sinking fund.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And then I called Mr. Pinkerton because I got very confused in looking at the presentation for parents. Because it appeared to me that it totally made reference to an LCFF district. And Mr. Pinkerton said, no, you're not understanding that correctly. And Katie will be able to explain it to you later. Or words to that effect.
So it's basically this pie chart that shows our revenues. And so the confusing part was that it says total LCFF funds, 97 million. When in reality, we know that it's also our excess property taxes. So it's our, what we would receive in LCFF as well as our excess property taxes represent the 97 million. As well as our EPA funds and those types of things. But when you put it in, I don't know if the
So this-
comma there, if it had more and it just didn't print out or.
No, this is, they have us, this is a state template. So I
Which is
can't
what
take.
I tried to
credit for that.
explain to Marilyn.
So we fill in the
Well, he
numbers
was garbled.
and it populated this chart and it populated the text below the chart. So I just wanted to read that real quick.
So
to
is
see
this
what-
a stupid chart and don't pay any attention to it?
But show it to
Nothing
parents.
is-
I would never say that out loud. This parent budget overview.
No, I mean, I want parents to have the
yeah.
information that they need about how we're funded and how our budget
Yeah.
works. But this.
Which is why we
chart-
have a full budget presentation.
Yeah,
right, with
the
all of the
purpose
info in it.
is to tie the LCFF and the LCAP together. So parents can see where here's your LCAP. And we say we're gonna do all of these things. And then this is the
These don't.
the fiscal part of it. They try to wrap it up into a 1 or 2 page document. And they're supposed to be presented together. But instead we do our own budget presentation because the state.
Because
document-
there's probably some districts in the state of California that don't present all of the information that we present. So they make them do this template and put this information out. But ours is far
Superior.
more robust in terms of information.
Okay, so
that
I'm
we
just gonna
present for
forget about
parents.
this
on
because
top
it
of it,
confused
right.
me. And
I-
It's right, okay, I get
I
it
will
now.
look at this.
It's 97 million. That's our total LCFF funding. And then it does that weird. Well, no, just in general, this is the other state, even though we're basic aid and we get a little bit of state fund, that it's still considered line item for LCFF. They don't say property tax funded district. You're still just referred to as LCFF funding. It's a
Which
weird-
includes your excess
Yeah, it includes your excess tax.
and our EPA funding and our.
And
state
our,
funding.
we get transportation funding, all of that rolled in, so they just call it LCFF funding. It's 97
Yeah.
million, they did miss a comma. They pulled that out and they said 6.5 is what you have to spend on the LCAP, and then the balance is all your other LCFF funds, what you can do. So they're just trying to demonstrate that 5% of our total LCFF is going to be dedicated to the supplemental and concentration funding. However, it's showing that, but we are doing
we actually spend more
we spend more.
than the minimum required.
Yes, this is taking our actual, what our funding would be, and then the minimum requirement and just kind of breaking it out into that pie.
Okay, okay. I get it now. Thank you very much.
Mr. Buckman?
So look at us here, right? Some of us on this board from 16, 20 years. And what I'm trying to figure,
We're still youthful.
yes, we are. Yeah, I started when I was in my 20s. But I'm thinking, what about the site administrator? What about the principal? I mean, they have to come before you and say, I need a pencil. And how confusing to be able to ask.
They just get site funds. They don't have to ask for it. They don't
I
have
got
to
it.
ask
I
for
got
a pencil.
it.
Nobody's asking for
Never
pencils.
mind. Just a joke.
Any other questions from the board?
This, we don't allow Kleenex, though. You have to
Thank-
use those rough paper towels.
Okay. Thank you.
Toilet paper is a whole nother story.
Okay,
All right.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was
the first
again,
reading
a
of the
first
budget.
reading. All right, next
Thank you.
is 10.03 elementary curriculum adoption.
Follow that.
Definitely not. Elementary HSS. Okay. Yeah, we are, it was 2007, I want to say, 2008, when we last adopted elementary history, social studies curriculum. Since that time, the state rewrote the framework, which is not the same as the standards, right? The standards have remained the same, but the framework, and there were a lot of implications on the rewriting of that framework in terms of the curriculum and social studies. And we have not been compelled by the curriculum that's out there. But it's gotten to the point where we needed to adopt new curriculum so teachers have up-to-date technology features and other things within the history, social studies in order to teach the materials. So we put together a committee this year, and I'll go through the timeline, and then I want to hand it over to Chelsea because she has done a tremendous job leading this committee and bringing them to complete consensus, which almost never happens. 100% voting for one particular curriculum, and she'll explain that process to you. But this year we started in September with our pilot team, created a rubric to evaluate the materials, which is, one of the activities that the state asks us to do. In October, we had the first curriculum company come in and do a presentation on what we were going to pilot. The teachers then piloted that first one. In January, we did the second presentation. And then the teachers actually did the teaching of the second curriculum. And then we evaluated pilot 2. Then the team got together and voted on which particular curriculum that they liked. And it needed to fulfill all the reasons and all the things we were looking for in the rubric. And I'll let Chelsea explain a little bit about that process.
Thanks for letting us come share this with you. It's exciting. So we chose, I don't know if you remember, many months ago, I came to tell you that this was happening. And the CDE has a list of curriculums that they approve so that align with the framework that Mr. Mayfield was talking about and with our state standards. So we chose curriculum from that list, and these were the 2, Impact and TCI, that teachers wanted to try out. And these are the dates that we piloted them. We put together a pilot team from all grade levels and across the district, and 100% of the pilot team voted to recommend TCI for adoption. So that was pretty exciting. And made our meeting very short, which was nice as well. A part of the process, as we talked about earlier, is getting community feedback. So we had physical materials, so a sample of every grade level, student books and teacher materials in Spanish and in English. On the coast, there was a physical samples at Monarch Grove. Here's the picture, and also at Bishop's Peak, and as well at instructional services at the district office. In addition to that, a parent square, I know not always the most effective, but came from instructional services and also from site principals, encouraging feedback from the community. We got about 15 people who responded, and in general, their feedback was tending toward wanting to make sure that historical accuracy was communicated to students. For example, there was the use of Indian versus Native American, and TCI is a really responsive company, so we can email them to find out what were the decisions, because they're very thoughtful. So I'm sure the there were intentions for their decisions that they made, but that was the community feedback, just making sure that that was super accurate for our students. We also got teacher feedback, and I'm gonna show you a video. And I want you to know that we partnered with iInnovate and had some lab rats. Those are kids from iInnovate, the lab rat teams at Sinsheimer. These are going to be future movie makers as they grow up, right? That we heard about earlier in the evening. If you can remember that far back, that was today still. So some lab rats set up a green screen. They asked some questions for some teachers and they cut the video for us. So that was really fun. And I talked so long, I lost. Okay. Yeah. And you're going to see some student work as well. And the student work is fifth graders making some advertisements to encourage people to come to their colony. So you remember Mr. Banfield colonies in fifth grade. So that was part of the TCI lesson. And so we're going to see some fifth grade work as well as some teachers interviewed.
As a teacher, what did you like about TCI? Was really hands-on and interactive, and as a teacher I found it really helpful because every lesson and unit came with pre-made slide decks.
So the kids asked for some background, so I sent them a clip, so they put the TCI video and added some words on the screen so we could hear what the questions were, because we told them sometimes it's hard to hear in this room. Sometimes the audio is not very good, so they typed that in as well.
No, it wasn't impossible to hit before.
Where are the lab rats when you need them?
As a teacher, what did you like about TCI? Was really hands-on and interactive, and as a teacher I found it really helpful because every lesson and unit came with pre-made slide decks. So this is something we hadn't seen before, and it allowed teachers, myself, to access the slides. I could tailor them to meet the needs of my students with where we were in our own unit and our own scope and sequence for the year. And I also could add in and integrate new ideas that matched where my students were in their learning.
The kids are way more engaged. I feel like they're excited to do social studies. I feel like they want to do it. It's not just me reading to them a book, but it's them being able to do hands-on activities. And what's also nice about it is that I feel like within the slide deck, there's links that you can actually click on the link, and then the textbook comes up and it reads the textbook for them, which is great in first grade because we are learning how to read in first grade. So that's been very handy.
Any questions?
All right, first, I'll go to the public. Anyone from the public wishing to address the board on this item? Okay, then, Mrs. Roger,
Yes.
Your light is on. Did
Oh.
you have a question?
Yes, but I just was sort of, I'm wondering, are we voting on this?
This is an action item.
Okay.
Yes, we are. So that would be yes.
The answer is yes. Oh. I don't think I can. Can I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
Oh.
Go
I
right ahead.
want- I need to go home.
Is that your motion?
I'd like to make a motion that I be allowed to leave before I further humiliate myself. I will move, my screen doesn't have it up anymore, but I will move the adoption of 10.03.
There you go.
Is there a
I'd
second?
love to second that.
Oh,
please.
good. Thank you, Mr. Clausen. We have a motion by Mrs. Roger, a second by Mr. Clausen. Is there any additional board discussion? Ms. Dover Drew, did you have a
Oh.
question?
No, I was.
Okay, then, okay. Mr. Banfield, did you have a question? Okay, we've got a lot of lights on. You guys are really confusing me. It's getting late. Okay, Mr. Banfield,
Yes.
Mr. Clausen. Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mrs. Roger.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman,
Yes.
Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Ms. Dover Drew, and I am a yes. Mrs. Dawson, did you get that? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have another curriculum adoption for health and.
Good evening. I'll keep everybody lively with a quick story. Dr. Prater and I were with the student senators yesterday, and we traveled all the way to LA. We left about 4 in the morning. We were back about 11 o'clock last night, just so you know. Fascinating thing occurred on our trip. Many fascinating things occurred on our trip, but one thing that really stood out was the fact that bus drivers are only allowed to drive for 10 hours. And so they sent 2 relief bus drivers. So if you see 2 administrators coming in through the door, that's our relief crew. And we'll be leaving, okay?
Relief administrators.
Because we're off our shift by now, all right?
Yeah, so you have another late night tonight. You're operating on 4 or 5 hours of sleep from last night. So.
No one's complaining. We've got great jobs. Great to see you guys. We're here this evening because we want to bring to your attention our proposal for adoption with regard to health and physics. When we think about our health adoption, I was reminded when Mr. Mayfield was talking about social studies, our last health adoption for high school was in 2004, something to keep in mind. 2004, and we're now in 2023. So a lot of things have happened since then. I'm very blessed to work alongside our secondary TOSA, Jane Hawley. And Jane's been an integral player in our process with our teachers. And there's lots of information that we'll share with you. But one of the first areas we want to talk about is the fact that we follow our IMAP process at the secondary level, much like Mr. Mayfield, Ms. Smiley does at the elementary level. When we're talking about our IMAP process, we're talking about bringing our teachers together. We're talking about soliciting feedback. We're talking about looking at our materials, piloting materials, and obviously then bringing a recommendation after we've sought feedback from our community, our parents, and our staff. So the question is always why the adoption of curriculum. As I said earlier, our last adoption for high school health was in 2004. Since then, a lot of things have happened. 2008, the state gave us the health framework with 8 content standards. And we also saw in 2016, the California Healthy Youth Act, which were important with our development with our health curriculum. So it's essential that all of our adoptions should align with our content standards. Also in physics, when we're talking about our physics, we're talking about our next generation science standards, and we're talking about alignment with regard to that. And we're talking about college prep physics here as opposed to AP physics. And I see a question from Ms. Dobro Drew, perhaps? No? Okay. All right. Thank you. When we're talking about our teams of teachers, it was wonderful to hear this evening that Mr. Dan Monroe was awarded the Teacher of the Year at San Luis Obispo High School. He's our health teacher. You heard Mr. Block talk in glowing terms about Mr. Monroe and the work that he's done over the past 10 years as a health teacher at San Luis High. He's been an integral member of and a valuable member of our team, along with Grant East, a teacher at SLO High, and also Sean Alstad. And the three teachers had the opportunity to review curriculum and various texts, and they would work with our students with regard to that. And I'm going to turn it over to Jane to talk you through the alignment and what we really looked at with regard to our rubric.
So these are some elements that our teachers look at as they're reviewing the materials. And one of the most important parts is alignment with our California health standards and the California Healthy Youth Act, which has to do with sexual health specifically. Also, student engagement is essential to curriculum, as well as with health specifically, parent and guardian engagement or connection. So often the curriculum will say, speak to a trusted adult, a family member about these issues. And that's essential to health curricula in particular, because so many of these conversations are ones that we want our students to have with their families and their parents and guardians. And then we also want to make sure that we have medically accurate vocabulary updated as time goes on to represent changing topics in health. And we also want to make sure that we're teaching our students to seek accurate information about health-related topics, not only as teenagers, but as they grow older into adulthood. And then today we wanted to represent the teacher's recommendation to you for adoption. They're recommending the adoption of comprehensive health skills for high school. This is from Goodhart Wilcox, and some of their feedback was that they felt that it was relevant, had up-to-date topics. As you know, a book from 2004 is not going to represent developments in teen health in the past, 15 or so years. They felt that it connected well for providing that parent-guardian connection and providing real-life scenarios in which students may need to make decisions about their health and to influence their peers in a positive manner.
So if you have any questions specific to the health conversation, we would probably welcome them at this point.
First, I'd like to go to the public, see if anyone from the public wants to comment on this agenda topic. All right, then Ms. Drew.
There was an item on sex trafficking. That's part of it, right? And under that link, there wasn't anything about sex trafficking.
So the California Healthy Youth Act does say that students need to be taught about human trafficking once in middle school and once in high school. The curriculum does include information about that. We've also trained our teachers at both the middle and high school in curriculum specifically about human trafficking. So that's something that is offered in our classrooms currently and would be included in this curriculum.
I couldn't find it though, because the link goes to nutrition actually.
For
Sex trafficking.
okay. Which link was it?
Well, I don't have it in front of me after all of this.
Okay.
But it's in the table of contents down pretty far.
Okay. I can provide the information from the book to you. Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna vote tonight, so it'll be too late, but
Yeah.
that's okay. I mean, I would have voted probably anyway for it, but so, yeah, so this is where I said it wasn't really settled science, but it's what the community wants, the teachers all want it, and it's relevant to what students are inquiring about. And so it looks like this is probably the best way to go. I looked through that textbook and it is very comprehensive on many, many different subjects.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Thanks. And so I want to thank you because this process that's been around for quite a while in the state of California of involving the community and making it available. It's great. And I'm just glad that you guys did it as much as you made it as much available as possible.
This is an action item. Motion by Mr. Buckman. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second by Mr. Banfield. We have a motion by Mr. Buckman, second by Mr. Banfield. Mr. Banfield,
Yes.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Ms. Dover Drew,
Yes.
Mr. Unger,
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
And I am a yes. Motion carries 6-0. Mrs. Roger has left the building. Okay, next is our college and career access.
Yeah, we have to finish with
pathways.
physics.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Oh,
you're fine.
physics. I
Yeah.
just skipped right over.
No, it's totally fine. Yes.
We
have to
do.
do it both.
We'll do it. We'll do the next one too.
We'll do physics.
Sorry. Thank
No
you,
problem.
Mr. O'Connor.
You're very
I was
welcome.
not, I had more sleep than you last
It's-
night.
it's
And
totally
I'm
fine.
falling apart.
Well, we looked at our college prep physics curriculum. One of the areas that we've piloted throughout the year with our support of our high school teachers, both at Morro Bay High and San Luis Obispo High School, is the adoption for college prep physics. The why relates back to board priorities. We're looking at relevant, engaging curriculum. We want to make sure that physics at the college prep level is engaging and accessible for our students. A lot of our physics is math related. And we want to make sure that there's lots of hands-on activities within our college prep physics curriculum. And so if you think back to your high school days and your physics experiences, Mr. Unger, you'd be talking about electricity and waves and simulations. We want to make sure that there's lots of that going on.
Circuits.
And again, turn this part over to Ms. Holly with regard to the rubric that was used.
And I'll just speak specifically about NGSS alignment. That's been a big shift for our science departments. And we want to make sure as we adopt new curriculum that we're fitting into those next generation science standards, where you're really seeing how science is integrated. Although it's a physics course, there are a lot of chemistry applications, biology applications. And so NGSS really addresses those connections for students to help them see science as a holistic field. Also, we want to make sure that students are being engaged with relevant, authentic curriculum. And so something that I find really impressive about the curricula that the teachers chose is in many of the units, there are specific examples of how physics might work in our lives. I was looking at one the other day where it was talking about have you ever dropped a mobile phone? Well, I would say most of us have, and there's physics technology within that makes it so that your phone doesn't break as easily. So that would be an example that the students would study the physics behind that situation so they can really relate to it. I think our teachers also said they really loved that there were labs and simulations that were really updated as well. So we want to make sure that our science is really experiential, hands-on learning for our students. And I believe that adopting new curriculum helps the teachers to do that in their classrooms. So today, the teachers are recommending to you for adoption the HMH California Science Dimensions Physics in the Universe. That's a handful of a title, but that's the one. And they really did feel that this curriculum represented the college prep physics population well and served them well, and increased student engagement in those courses.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to talk to us about the physics? This is an action item. Ms. Dover Drew, followed, and then Mr. Unger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Unger?
I just want to say I'm really excited to hear that we're doing a physics adoption. I was laughing because there was no way I would have taken physics in high school. There was no way I would have taken chemistry in high school. I didn't want to have any more Fs, but I have a friend who's a physicist and his son is a physicist. His son's actually worked on a Nobel Prize winning physics experiment. And what he shared with me is that physics is really a science of creativity and discovery. And so to have these hands-on experiences for the students and to be able to transfer the math into usable things, I think is super important. And I'm really glad that we're moving in that way. And I think it just reinforces the other things that we've been trying to do in this district. So I would like to make a motion to accept the recommendation of the of the instructional material for physics.
I second that recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Unger, a second by Mr. Banfield. Any further discussion? Ms. Dogler Drew? Yes. Mr. Unger?
Yes.
Mr. Buckman?
Yes.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, carry 6-0. So now we will move on to 10.05.
Thank you so much.
So I'm also here to talk to you about the dual enrollment, the CCAP, or the CCAP course approval process. Made that look easy. So when we're talking about our CCAP process, we're talking about our college career access pathways process and course approval. So when we think about dual enrollment and how we define dual enrollment, we're talking about students having the opportunity to take courses at two institutions basically at the same time. And what I'm bringing to you guys this evening revolves around our partnership with our local community college, Cuesta College. So when we think about how our students at Morro Bay High, San Luis High, and Pacific Beach all have access to be enrolled in a course that is available at Cuesta College, whilst taking that course through a course at San Luis High, Morro Bay, and Pac Beach. So when we talk about there's two different types of dual enrollment, a lot of times we think about our CCAP process. We also talk about high school enrichment. So here we're looking for your approval around the courses that are focusing on CCAP specifically. San Luis High, we have a list of courses here in front of you that we have had in past years, and we will still continue with at San Luis High for next year. But I'm delighted to tell you that we've got 4 additional courses that we're bringing to your attention this evening. And these are in our CTE, Career Technical Education Pathways. These are in our Ag pathway and pathways, and the other courses are in our Culinary Arts, Travel and Hospitality Management. And we're delighted because these are what we call concentrator courses. So in each instance, these courses would be kind of the middle portion that students would take at San Luis High that would be aligned with courses that would be available to them at Cuesta College. So think about the part that students are getting Cuesta College credit whilst in this course at San Luis Obispo High School. At Morro Bay High School, we have a list of our continuing CCAP courses. And again, similarly, we have a course that we are going to bring to your attention this evening, Engineering and Design, which will be aligned with Engineering Drawing at Cuesta College. I will point out that we were actually, we're unfortunately, we lost a couple of courses at Morro Bay this year, for next year, 23-24, because at Cuesta, they actually stopped offering the course that was aligned with courses at Morro Bay High. So when you see 4 new courses at San Luis High, and you see 1 new course at Morro Bay, and you see a list of courses at San Luis High, maybe a little bit of a less of a list at Morro Bay, sometimes that's at the discretion of the local community college. And we love our partnership with the community college. It just so happens sometimes that happens with regard to the courses that are on offer. We're also excited about the course that we have available at Pacific Beach for students at Pacific Beach for career, for career planning. And we want to make sure that students at Pacific Beach also have that opportunity to align courses that are available at Cuesta College.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to address us on this item? Okay, we'll come back to the board. Any questions?
Yes.
Ms. Drew?
You can't see me because of Mr. Buckman. No, I can see you. I can see you. Go ahead. Now you can, yes. Okay. So 2 questions. Will we be looking to hire to fill the missing Morro Bay High career path there?
Actually, what I meant to reference is the fact that the courses are not being offered at Cuesta themselves.
Oh,
So,
you did say
yeah,
that.
Cuesta stopped offering those courses, so therefore.
Oh, that's
they're not
right.
able to
That's
have
on
the
them.
partner. Yeah.
So the other question is something you probably may not be able to answer right now, but do the high school kids that attend classes at the local colleges have to do the college vaccine schedule?
That's a great question. I do not have an answer for. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that at this moment. I do know that the students who will enroll in courses at Cuesta over the summer, that's through asynchronous learning. So they're not actually attending the college at the time over the summer.
It's on Zoom?
It's asynchronous, so therefore the work is assigned to them and they're working it through that work independently of actually meeting on Zoom or attending the college itself.
Mr. Pinkerton?
I'm pretty sure that the students do have to meet those vaccine requirements.
Oh, my.
If they go in person.
Yeah. They may make them sign up at all just to enroll. It's part of the enrollment process for classes. Most colleges do actually.
Okay. Concerning.
I have a question.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Buckman, go ahead.
Please.
No, go ahead. I need to pull the,
So I found this interesting, but what I found most interesting was the difference between the two high schools.
Okay.
And if you can explain, I just somehow thought I thought they would be more similar. The San Luis High School is offering these dual enrollments. Morro Bay High School is offering different dual enrollment classes.
Yeah, what's fascinating, a lot of it has to revolve around the instructors themselves, the qualifications, and remember a lot of the prerequisites are set by the local community college. So they're more the driver of the conversation. And then what we do from San Luis Coastal is we submit our courses of study to Cuesta faculty. They review that and they are looking at the offerings that we have, the courses of study that we have, and then also at the qualifications of the instructors themselves. So it's a multi-pronged approach that we have to bring to that conversation. And then also when you think about our CTE pathways at San Luis Obispo High School, you will have a lot of our students will be taking a CTE pathway that may involve 4 to 5 specific courses to complete a pathway. Where at Morro Bay High, they're definitely completing 4 courses for a pathway. So there's less courses because of the 300-hour rule. So it's usually 5 trimesters at San Luis High, where it might be 4 semesters at Morro Bay. So therefore, there's only 2 courses maybe needed to complete a pathway, where at San Luis High, it might be 3 courses that may be needed, if that explains it.
It's an explanation, yeah.
Yeah.
And then we've had this program, and I've never asked this question. Is there anything stopping us from pursuing this with Cal Poly as well? Or is it always a community college link?
Yeah, it's a great question. Not that I'm aware of. I've only come across a few times where I've had students in the past maybe take courses through Cal Poly, where we would release them to go to Cal Poly, but that would still be part of our concurrent enrollment process. A student would be enrolled in 2 places at one time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. O'Connor, do you know if these courses through Cuesta are generally all would be accepted by a 4-year university?
That's a great question. From my understanding, anything that's a 200 designation usually has the ability to transfer for a 4-year university. But that requires a little bit more of that specialized look, because not everything is transferable in the CSU, UC, or out of state. So we always have to be mindful of that. So there's not like one size fits all approach there.
And it's my understanding that there are also, things that Cuesta does not have an automatic transfer to Cal Poly, as some community colleges do to their local university. So
That's correct.
it's something I think it's good for people to be aware of.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't have an agreement. Oh. Okay.
I have a quick one.
Oh, yes.
So these programs are great. And I was curious if you have any perspective on how other local high schools and other districts work with Cuesta, and if they offer more or less similar offerings.
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say that we're very blessed in our CCAP approach with a lot of our CTE courses. I would say that some of our neighboring districts have additional partnerships that may include other core courses, maybe in social studies, maybe even in science. and maybe occasionally in language arts, English, for example. Sometimes it's predicated on the availability of the instructor, meaning the instructor on the home campus, the high school campus, may have a master's degree in English or a master's degree in chemistry. But there's also an approach where Cuesta will partner with neighboring districts to basically supply the teacher from Cuesta to work with the district's teacher, and that curriculum is pushed from Cuesta to the class. So the teacher in the local district, I'll say District ABC, that's our neighbor, will provide their teacher, but they're really using the curriculum that's been provided by Cuesta, and really almost as a, I hate to say a teacher's aide, but almost that their home teacher is kind of performing that function. And there's a lot of pros and cons with that, to be honest.
Dr. Prater.
Yeah, I just want to insert, I think a bit of news that I think is becoming more and more mainstream is the community college districts, if you will, in California are starting to work on waivers to build out bachelor's degrees. And I was in a superintendent meeting just last week, and I heard from the president of Cuesta that they're working on a waiver from the state in partnership with the County Office of Ed to do a bachelor's degree through Cuesta in liberal studies education. So for me, I'm super excited about that prospect, even as I see these avid celebrations for seniors, and kiddos are getting into UC Santa Cruz, they're getting into UCLA, they're getting into top-notch schools and choosing to go to Cuesta for reasons that are part family and part financial, and there are a lot of reasons for it, but when we think about the feedback from our district equity team and the common ground team and the student senate, you know, the windows and mirrors and trying to find a more diverse workforce is a compelling effort that we're trying to push forward. And for me, the only way I can see us doing that in a reasonable amount of time is if we can grow our own and encourage our kiddos to go through that pathway, and then you know, give them a job with a living wage. And so I'm excited for that.
Ms. Dobler-Drew.
So the proximity, the fact that both Cal Poly and Cuesta are in our school district, that gives us a leg up because proximity is easier for the kids to get over to the school, or actually you pointed out that they don't have to even go there in person, but we have more kids in that not dual immersion, dual enrollment than neighboring school districts though, right?
You know, I don't have the exact number at hand. There will be some districts that will have maybe a little bit more of an aggressive push in their dual enrollment process, because they'll include some of the CCAP courses that I've identified, plus maybe courses in other core areas. But it really depends on the model they've established. But I will say that we've really built that partnership over the last 5 to 8 years, and we're very blessed to have that partnership. And it's also part of our counseling resource. We have a Cuesta liaison, Cuesta counselor that works at all 3 of our high schools as an added counselor to help all of our students with that enrollment process and that linkage process, which is invaluable.
Thanks.
And I would just remind you that Cuesta has a North County campus, and I know Paso Robles school district sends a lot of kids. They have a strong program up there with dual enrollment. Okay, this is an action item to approve the CCAP courses.
I will move to approve the CCAP courses.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Clausen, a second by Ms. Dobler-Drew. Ms. Dobler-Drew.
Yes.
Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
And I am a yes. Motion carries 6-0. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Get some sleep. All right, here we go.
All right. Thank you. I have 3 board policies for your review, starting with board policy 3555, nutrition program compliance. And this is a mandatory update. The updates prohibit discrimination in additional areas and clarify how complaints in our nutrition program can be forwarded either through the district or through the CDE. And I do recommend this comes back for a second reading.
Anyone from the public wishing to discuss this? All right, everyone okay with this coming back for a second reading? Thank you.
Okay, our second board policy is 5131.7, and this is another mandatory update. It is weapons and dangerous instruments. This board policy expands areas where weapons are prohibited to include district transportation. It talks about Senate Bill 906, which requires staff to immediately report a threat or perceived threat to law enforcement, and then also requires staff training on SB 906. And I do recommend that this comes back for a second reading.
Ms. Dawson. All right. Any board discussion? Everyone okay with this coming back? Some thumbs up? Okay, thank you. We've got
And
one
then our
more.
final board policy for this evening is board policy 7210. It is facilities financing. It adds the Leroy F. Green Schools Act. It's a facility act as a method of funding facilities. It requires the district to file an audit of completed facilities projects with the state controller, and it requires the district to comply with law and board policy regarding debt. And I do think that this should come back for a second read as well.
No one from the public? Everyone okay with it coming back? Thank you. All right, we will move on to the action consent agenda. Please let me know if you'd like anything pulled. 11.01, approval of certificated and classified personnel items.
Please pull.
11.02, acceptance of donations. 11.03, approval of minutes from April 11. 11.04, approval of minutes from April 13. 11.05, approval of minutes from April 18. 11.06, disposal of surplus. 11.07, proposed revisions to board policy 3270, sale and disposal of books, equipment, and supplies, second reading. 11.08, proposed revisions to board policy 6178, career technical education, second reading. And 11.09, 11.08. Oh, I haven't said it yet. 11.09, proposed revisions to board bylaw 9323, meeting procedures, second reading. So that's when you'd like to pull,
Yes,
Mr. Unger. All right, if we could have a motion for 11.02 through 11.08.
So moved.
Mr. Buckman.
Second.
Mr. Buckman makes the motion, seconded by Mr. Clausen. Mr. Banfield,
Yes.
Mr. Clausen,
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Ms. Delbert Drew.
Yes.
And I am a yes. So that carries 6-0. 11.01, whoever is going first.
You want me to do it?
No, okay.
Mark and I both were looking, I believe we're talking about the same thing,
Oh, yeah.
but I just want to acknowledge somebody who's retiring who has been with the district for a number of years, and that's Chris Preston, our delivery driver. And I remember the days before board docs when we used to get our board binders
In his red shirt.
in his red shirt and his
Wears a red shirt.
driving his van around,
Wears a little cap.
with a big smile on his face. And I just want to acknowledge him and all the work he's done for the district over all those years.
And I'm right in there. He was one of the first classified staff that I became known with and appreciated. And again, with his big smile and his just attitude and he always used to say this, I always just say, well, thank you, sir. And so I just want to reach out and say, thank you, sir. And I also like to recognize the two Taylors, Jane Taylor and Taylor Laird from PB in Morro Bay. They were great counselors. I enjoyed working with them all these years. And then also Principal Darla Batistic, because I know those three folks and all the other people that are on there. I know that they've been valuable to the district as well. So I'll
For
move approval.
recognizing people, I'm going to recognize
Oh.
Roy Aguirre, Mr. Aguirre from CL Smith, who has been, both my kids had him. And he ranks as one of their very favorite elementary teachers. And I knew Darla when she was in the classroom and then as a principal. So we're losing a wealth of knowledge and folks who've really benefited our kids, and they will be missed. And we wish them the best in their retirement. You're going to make a motion? Sure.
So I'd like to move approval.
Oh,
Oh,
Mr.
while we're at it.
Banfield.
Well, I just wanted to say that Roy Aguirre and I were hired at the same
Oh,
time.
is that right?
And Roberta worked out at Baywood for many years. Great people.
It's hard to see some of these folks go. Yeah. Right, Mr. Buckland?
So I'd like to move approval of 11.01 with regret.
I'll second. Right, start at this end. Mr. Overdrew. Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman. and Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
Mr. Banfield.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. 360, 11.09, Mr. Unger.
Yes, my concern about 11.09 is the same thing that I talked about when we did the first reading, which is that I think we need to not only have a time limit, a 10 PM time limit, but I think we need to specify a not to exceed limit as well. I'd like to suggest some language, although I'm certainly flexible with it, but something like instead of the board shall make every effort to attend board meetings by 10 PM. If needed, the board members may extend the meeting by consensus, which is the current proposed language. I would like to propose something like, unless extended by board consensus, regular open session meetings shall not exceed 4 hours nor extend past 10 PM. I'm just,
So
So that would mean tonight,
yeah, 2 minutes.
if we're doing, yeah, in 2 minutes, we need to end. So I'm just pointing that out for purposes of discussion.
right, and I would say that we could, if the board so chose to accept this language, at 9 o'clock, we could ask for an extension of the meeting.
Any other discussion? Mr. Buckman?
Yep. So I think this has gone through the process. I think that it moved down to the consent agenda, basically with the thumbs up from the rest of the board. I'm concerned about changing it at this point, and I'm not sure I see much of a difference in the wording. So
This wouldn't
that's
be
my 2
the-
cents.
Yeah, this wouldn't be the first time we change something at the second reading of it, just, so you know.
And so so those are my thoughts at this point.
Ms. Overdrew?
Yeah, I don't have it up in front of me right now, but I believe this is the same policy that has where it's changed that a board member can ask a question for clarity to a public speaker. I just wanted to highlight that because we've never done that before. And now we have the opportunity to do that. And it should be known so that if one of us asks for clarity, the other board members don't gasp in horror. So I just pointing that out. Now we can ask clarifying questions of public speakers.
Mr. Buckman?
Yeah, and if I can, I think having a hard stop, it just feels like we're sending a message maybe to the public that, this is as long as we want to sit here and we're gonna have to do something extraordinary to extend. And I'm just feeling like I didn't sign up for a 4-hour meeting. I signed up to get the work done that needs to get done. So I'd like to recommend that it stay the same.
Well, I disagree with you, Mr.
I know.
Buckman. Yeah, obviously I do.
Yeah.
I think that at some point, the board can lose focus. I think with my proposed language, we have the ability to extend the board meeting. But I think that as a courtesy to ourselves, but also to our staff who are asking to stay, that I'm comfortable with a 4-hour time limit. I'd be comfortable with a 5-hour time limit, but I think that it is important for us to be thinking about that. So I'm going to make a motion to approve item 11.09 with the following amendment, that the language be changed to, unless extended by board consensus, regular meetings shall not exceed 4 hours nor extend past 10 p.m.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? Mr. Buckman?
Yeah, so again, I just don't see that the board shall make every effort to end the meetings by 10 p.m. If needed, the board members may extend the meeting by consensus. And I'm feeling that Mr. Unger's wording is just not that much different. And as to you know, Mrs. Roger left, and I think that's great, and she needed to leave. I've left board meetings early. I think that's an option. And also staff are they're big boys and girls, and I think they're here for the long haul. They're here for us, and they're here for the public. And if it's late, then they'll come to work. I don't know. I mean, it's not my biggest concern. My biggest concern is getting the work of the public done, and I'm just not seeing that much difference in the wording. So
Mr. Clausen?
that's my 2 cents.
I was just gonna say, I think that the recommendation actually benefits the public in regards to people on Zoom still watching this. I mean, having some parameters on when we're going to have discussions so people can attend and observe, I think there's some merit to. And I guess I also think maybe how we set our agendas with this in mind is a consideration, in setting our agendas to be achievable in 4 hours is a consideration. Right?
So
Ms. Frost?
Yeah, I'd just like to bring to the board's attention that during the subcommittee's conversation, we did question whether closed session was counted in the time of this board policy and what we were committing to. So having the 10 p.m. allowed closed session to start at any time. So if we go to something along these lines with it won't exceed 4 hours nor extend past 10, I think we have to clarify whether closed session is involved in that.
It is not my intention to include closed session.
Thank you.
Ms. Drew and Mr. Buckman?
So it's 9 now. If you can imagine how 1 hour from now we'd all feel, at 10. And we usually finish our sessions before 10 anyway, so it's almost a moot question, but it just seems like it's a good to establish it, to have some limits.
Mr. Buckman?
Yes, and I appreciate that. And that's why I think the wording is the board shall make every effort to end the board meeting by 10 p.m. as opposed to locking us into something that, I don't know, somehow onerous if we go past. This, the way it reads now is shall make every effort to end by 10 p.m. It doesn't say we're going to go to 10 p.m. We rarely ever do go to 10 p.m. Again, to get the public's work done, locking us into 4 hours.
It's the board's work. It's the board's work. It's our meeting held in public.
The work of the board on behalf of the public, is that okay? Is that wording you prefer, Ms. Shepherd?
Well, I just see it as the board's.
Well, okay,
work, you
okay.
know, it's on behalf of yeah, it's the board's work, but I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify that. We're not doing the public's work, we're doing the board's work. We just do it in public.
No, we're elected to represent the public. We're doing the public's work, but that's, I mean, I'm not sure why we're debating this at this time. What we're talking about is make sure every effort to end the board meetings by 10 p.m. And if needed, the board members may extend the meeting by consensus. I hate to see us locked into things. And when we clearly have made an effort, and we rarely ever have gone even to 10 p.m. So I just don't see any reason to lock the board into a situation to restrict staff from scheduling when there may be items that need to go beyond. And then suddenly staff has to feel like, oh, well, we better not go beyond this because the bylaw says we shouldn't go more than 4 hours. We would be restricting the public's ability to address us because we might reach our 4-hour limit. We might not vote to move it on. And so the public is then restricted on their ability to talk to us. I just don't see any reason to be so definitive about it.
So, Mr. Unger, would you say your language one more time, please?
And I'd like to, I want to be flexible about the difference between open and closed session. So this is what I'm trying to say is unless extended by board consensus, regular open session meetings shall not exceed 4 hours nor extend past 10 p.m.
So it still has the ability to extend.
Absolutely.
But okay.
Go ahead.
So staff is given the task of planning the agenda. Staff is given the task to put the agenda together. And at this point, they can put it in a way that may or may not go beyond 4 hours, and the board may or may not go to the 10 o'clock time. With the proposal, the staff would be sort of restricted to trying to keep it within 4 hours. And I just don't see the need for a restriction.
So
I mean, I'm repeating myself. I think Chris is repeating himself. I think I'll call the question.
I'm going to ask I'd like to ask a question of staff quickly. Do you feel that this would be burdensome to you?
No, as Mr. Buckman said, our meetings rarely go past 9. Sometimes they go to 9:30. But with Mr. Unger's recommendation, I think it allows for the concerns stated by Mr. Buckman to still occur. So in other words, the proposed language that Mr. Unger stated still allows the board at 9 o'clock to say, can we, with consensus of the board, we still have, we're in the middle of this topic. There's still rich commentary. Are we in the mood to continue? And I think that, to Mr. Clausen's point, gives the public clarity on what they expect. So and in terms of developing the agenda, I think we're really careful, and we try to be careful in developing the agenda so that, usually 2.5 hours, 3 hours is about my experience at least is the best timing for topics because of the ability for the board to stick with it and so forth. So it seems like, from my vantage point, what Mr. Unger's proposing is not a whole lot different than what Mr. Buckman is suggesting. They're kind of two sides of the same coin. So no, it wouldn't, either one would present no change to how I prepare the meetings. It's a procedural issue, I think, if we go a little bit past 9, even with Mr. Unger's motion.
So now we have a question, which is, does this include study sessions or just regular board meetings?
I think our study sessions, if we want to include language about study sessions, I'm not sure what to do about that, because do we consider, for example, the tour that we're planning on taking on Friday a regular meeting?
No. That's what but our last study session went over that we had last week was lengthy. So, I'm looking for general clarification for all of this because it will be a board policy.
Well, I think what I tried to do was say unless extended by board consensus. So if the board has a consensus that there's a need for a meeting to go longer, we can just do it. But I still think that even with study sessions, a reasonable time is 4 hours. I mean, I'm willing to say 5 hours. That was the original, the language that was struck. Board meeting shall not exceed 5 hours unless extended by board vote. I mean, I'm happy to live with that too. I can live with that. I can live with the original language. I believe that we need to set a time limit on how long the meetings are.
I can live with 5 hours.
Yeah, no, the issue with that though is we normally start, other than in May, we normally start our board meetings at 6.
So that pushes us to.
So now that puts you at 11.
Well, I think what I'm saying is I could live with the original language, which is the board shall make every effort, blah, 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 and board meeting shall not exceed 5 hours in duration unless extended by board vote, and that was struck by the committee. I can live with the original language.
So what would be different?
Well, the original language was struck. There was this issue, this piece that was struck. So if we vote for what was proposed, then that shall not exceed wouldn't be placed in the board bylaws.
I'm fine if we go back to the original language. So it's up, so I'll make,
Well, wait, we have a motion on the table.
right,
We have a motion and a second.
and so I can move to amend
You can.
the
Yes,
motion.
yes, you can.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we amend the motion to the original language that was here in the board policy. And we need to take a vote on the amendment.
That was not struck. So in other words, what we would do, Mark, just for clarification, the language would be, the board shall make every effort to end meetings by 10 p.m. If needed, the board members may extend meeting by consensus. Board meeting shall not exceed 5 hours in duration unless extended by board vote. Okay,
That's,
I'll second that.
first we vote on the amendment.
So now we vote on the amendment.
We still have 10 in there?
Yes.
And does it apply to the study session?
Study session goes past 10 p.m.
Somebody else brought it
Let's have
up.
a board re-
Somebody
we
else
also
brought
have
it up.
We also have a board retreat. I just want to point that out though, so that we don't get, we don't talk ourselves into lots of technicalities here. So we need to vote on the amendment. So the amendment was accepted by Mr. Unger.
I seconded the amendment. Yes.
So we have a vote as amended. Okay. And Ms. Dawson, you have the language? She's, okay. Okay, and I just want to make a comment, leading into this. Mr. Buckman, I appreciate your desire to have the public's ability to, hang in there with us, but I also think I would like to express some mutual courtesy here that people do have really long days, and some of us on the board have full-time jobs. I know we signed up to do this work, we do it I have great trust that those of us who are still working will continue to do this work to the very best of our ability. But, we also have staff who come in and I just want to be aware of everyone's time here. We have had some pretty long meetings. We don't often go terribly long, but, just that awareness is what I want to put out there. So we have a motion on the table and a second. Ms. Drew. Yes. Mr. Unger.
Yes.
Mr. Buckman.
Yes.
Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
Mr. Banfield. Okay. And I'm a yes, so motion carries 6-0. Okay, any advanced agenda topics? Then reports by board member.
May I ask you to excuse, I've got my grandbaby at home.
Yes, yes,
Thank
of
you.
course. Yeah. Mr. Unger,
Sure.
followed
Well,
by Mr. Clausen.
I just, first of all, before Miss Dobler Drew leaves, I just want to say that she and I went on a boardwalk to Baywood, and it was great. We had a really good time. I was able to go to the next gen student introduction at Loams, and that was also great. Mr. O'Connor did a really, really nice job introducing it. And Marcy Bedell was there too, and they've really worked on a program that I think we can be proud of, and that will be greatly supported by the foundation as well. I was able to go to the FFA recognition banquet at Morro Bay High School. And again, just always a blast. The students put it on, the students do a tremendous job. Chef Corey made dinner, and he did a great job. They like roasted chicken, and you wouldn't have believed it. And then Mr. Clausen and I went to the iInnovate Lab presentation at Bishop's Peak, and then went to the Baywood School Carnival, and apparently they more than doubled their expectation on income. So it's been a great busy week, and I know we all got a lot more busyness coming up for the next like 3 weeks.
Mr. Clausen.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Robbins, who's at Laguna. They held a show of Performance Annie at SLO High School. And when my kids went to Laguna, there was not a opportunity to be in a performance like that. It was maybe one of my main observations on Laguna. That was not, everything else was pretty positive, but you know, the presence of a drama program at Laguna is really positive, and the fact that it was partially enabled by the new theater and facilities at SLO High School is really cool. I know that a lot of the SLO High School Performing Arts Club attended and welcomed the Laguna students, and so I think it's just creating an environment where the performing arts is extending from SLO High down to Laguna and creating,
And vice versa. Yeah.
Yeah, and making it so those Laguna students hopefully will feel engaged and feel welcome when they arrive on SLO High campus next year. So that was really cool. And the iInnovate Lab was a really neat experience. And Katie Peters and Sarah Garcia did a great job hosting us and walking us through that. So.
Thanks. Yeah, there was a pretty good theater program when my kids went to Laguna, and then teacher retired and sort of went away for a while. So glad it's back.
Cool to see it back.
Yeah, yeah. Anyone else? Mr. Banfield.
The Los Osos Middle School Drama Club did a great job with Mary Poppins. Very nice.
All right. Thank you, everybody.